Add to the highlights. Well, welcome back to Castellón at the Vista Gaeta Huiguel. It's a magnificent facility in the middle of Castellón. If you're wondering where Castellón is, it's about an hour north of Valencia. And we had an excellent first day of athletics in this European Champion Clubs Cup. Perhaps the highlight? Well, 100 metres cut record from Sporting Portugal's Emmanuel Esame. 10.01 for the French-based Cameroonian. That devastated the previous mark that stood for nearly 2 decades. Here we're looking at some of the athletes who are going to be in action very shortly. There's 19 events to be contested today. Sporting Club de Portugal, top of both the men's and the women's standings after the first day, but it's very close amongst the top 3 in both categories. Getting underway very shortly in just about 2 minutes time with the men's discus, and then we follow up very quickly with the men's pole vault and the men's triple jump. So a lot of field event action to get us underway in this European Champion Clubs Cup. Well, this is a fantastic competition that brings together all the best clubs in Europe, and indeed you could say from around the world. It is possibly the premier club competition in the world. So, without further ado, is the men who'll be throwing the 2 kilogram implement very shortly. We just saw Mark Tierney there, Dundrum, South Dublin. Just a couple of men, but we've had Jovan Stanic, Steve Forster, Diego Casas of the home club Playas de Castellón. You just saw there Edo Jose Lima, Sporting Club de Portugal, Giovanni Falocci, Peter Selin being presented to the crowd. Omar Sahin, Adrian Baden, Marek Barta. Well, he's going to be in contention for 11 points and finishing off the 11-men lineup. Zach Davis from the Harrow Club.
The European Champions Club Cup 2026.
Well, just to give you a rundown, in the men's competition after 10 events, with 10 to go today, Sporting Club de Portugal leading the way with 99 points. And then equal second, Enka Club from Istanbul and Playas de Castellón, the host club, with 93 points. The women's competition, 11 events yesterday, 9 today. Sporting Club de Portugal, after drama in the last event in which the women's 100 metre team were then disqualified and reinstated. The women from Sporting Club de Portugal lead with 127 points. Valencia, 5 points in arrears, 122 points. And Inca, the defending champions from 2019, this competition returning after a 7-year hiatus, in third at the moment with 100.5 points. Just see Mark Tierney, Dundrum South Dublin athlete. It's a personal best of 38.38, so perhaps not one of the stronger athletes in this field, but as we've said on many occasions, every point counts. Dundrum South Dublin in 10th place at the moment. Managed to garner 27 points on the first day in the men's competition. No relegation this year. I do understand, talking to the organisers, with this having come back onto the international calendar this year, is that they're hoping next year to have 2 divisions and perhaps introduce relegation. That's all to be decided in the future. This is very much in the present. Jovan Stranic waiting to go into the circle. Finished 4th in the hammer yesterday. Stranic, better known as a hammer thrower. Three national hammer titles. This very much his second event. Still a useful thrower. The best of 46.49 last year. And that's not too far away from his personal best. Probably around 44 metre mark. OAK Belgrade. Very entertaining battle for 4th place with the Harrow Club from North London. A little bit adrift, those two clubs, from perhaps getting a place on the podium. A good head-to-head battle between those two clubs for what's often described as the chocolate medal. So 43-23. It's the start for Stranic in what's very much his second event. Just waiting to see.
Getting ready for his first attempt, Sven Forster of Cal Spora.
Sven Foster. We were looking at Diego Casas, but it is Sven Foster, the next to go into the circle. 52-meter throw at his best, a bit shy of that. Drops down at around the 45-meter mark. Forster hoping to get some useful points for the Spora club from Luxembourg. Bringing up the rear at the moment in the 11-team table.
Y esperando a esta medición, llegará el turno del lanzador que comienza del Faxa Playas de Castellón, Diego
29 for
Casas,
Forster.
entra ya en la jaula de lanzamientos.
Now, Diego Casas, lot of interest in him, competing for the host club. Personal best of 65.54, which he set in that wind tunnel in Oklahoma in Ramona last year. That's a good effort from him. It's a Spaniard. Players who actually holds the cup record. Castellón 67.25 from 2012. Good start from Castellón, getting over 60 metres, 61.62. That's a great marker to start with from Castellón. 3 times champion. Now, Eder Jose Lima, Portuguese international. Good effort from him around the 55-metre mark. Unlike yesterday for the women's competition, which was held in the middle of the afternoon, but did start yesterday's programme, no breeze whatsoever out there, so no help. Discus throwers do like a nice quartering breeze to implement aloft. 55.80. These conditions, that is an excellent start from Lima as well.
Getting ready now, Giovanni Falocci for Enterprise and Sports and
Now,
Service.
Giovanni Falocci. Saw him in the shot yesterday as well, but this is his premier event. 40 years of age, Falocci. Over 50 metres. Falocci, illustrious record. Many years a regular in the Spanish, I should say Italian team. Competed on many occasions for them. Several appearances in the European Championships. To the 2021 Olympic Games as well.
Getting ready for his first attempt.
So Falocci gets measured at 51.76. Here Selin from the Tamparin club. Selin, one of the weaker throwers in this competition. Best of just 36 metres and just manages to keep it in on the right-hand side of the sector.
officials here, many of them coming from the local Players de Castellón club, doing an absolutely fantastic job. Of course, many club officials across Europe working on a voluntary basis and working many hours for their clubs, so big shout out to all of them. Omar Sahin, stronger throwers in this competition, one of 5 who've thrown over 60 metres, done that this year as well. The anchor thrower gets applause. Teammates are in the stands.
.59.06 for Omar Sahin.
59.06.
Gets in second position after his first attempt.
Looking across the infield and seeing what's come up on the scoreboard. There you can see it confirmed in front of your own eyes. Quite warm conditions this morning. Not quite as hot as it was yesterday when the competition ran from mid-afternoon to around 9 o'clock at night. At the moment it's about 22 degrees, but get a bit hotter over the course of the next 4.5 hours. We look at Adrian Baran of the Bratislava club. Eve. Drops down. Yes, I'm going to say about 45 metres, 44.10. Now, Marek Barta.
Getting ready now, Marek Barta. First attempt for the
67-metre thrower at his best.
Thrower.
Czech number 1. 67 metres. Came in the same competition as Casas set his personal best last year in Ramona. References to that. That's about 60 metres. Eric's been out at Ramona and competed in the various competitions that they have during April. Competitions out there over 60 metres. 64.50 is best.
55.
It's very different throwing in these sort of conditions. 55.07.
And now ready,
High angle of trajectory. And bringing the first round to a conclusion, Zach Davis. It's stuttering and slow across the circle, and did that go wide? No, just managed to stay in bounds. Eagle-eyed judge there. Oh, he's just walked out. Doesn't like that. So we start the second round with Mark Tierney. Tierney had 30.07 in the first round. Tierney representing the Dundrum South Dublin club. Good to see Ireland represented here, and indeed they brought quite a few of their own supporters with them. Yesterday there was raucous cheers every time an Irish athlete went into action. Slipped out of his hand, went into the netting, so a foul. It is still quite warm here, quite wise to keep hydrated as we see Stilanic go quickly into the circle. Be an improvement Stranic, I don't think. .43.23 in the first round. I'd say that's quite as far. You can see two lines out there, 50 and 60 metres. No, 41.31. So Sven Forster, 26.29 for the Luxembourg athlete. Luxembourg have a few athletes who made the top 8 yesterday. Top 8 being important because after 3 rounds, whether it's the horizontal jumps or the throws, the field does get reduced from 11 to 8, or in the case of the women's events, 13 to 8. 13 clubs in
Se
the
está
women's events.
preparando para entrar en la jaula de lanzamientos.
Get a smooth
Casas
release.
es líder provisional en
Hence
la
the
final
distance
del
shuddering
lanzamiento
away,
de
but he does
disco
improve to
masculino
47.58.
por 61 metros y 82
Feeling that there's
centímetros.
more
Segundo
potential
y
there
punto para él.
from Forster. At best he's a 52-metre thrower. It's all surprised to see him improve during the course of the season. Now Diego Casas. Casas has already thrown this year 65.38. He's now become an annual trip to Ramona.
Ay, la puta.
Very quick across the circle, Casas. Oh,
Ah,
I don't think that's going to be an improvement. It's the way at the moment with 61.82. I might have said that the second line out there is 60 metres. It's actually 65 metres.
No mejora la primera
60.05 for Casas.
marca de la mañana, pero mantiene la primera posición.
Necked from head to foot, quite
Turno para
literally,
Educase
in
Lima para Sporting Club de
club
Portugal.
apparel. Edo Jose Lima.
And there we go with the triple jump men final presentation.
Lima, now 30 years of age.
First athlete competing will be Luis Müller for Cal Spora. Por el Faxa Playas de Castellón, el atleta local
The split
Pablo
screen.
Torrijos.
We're also getting the triple jumpers.
Por Sporting Club de Portugal, Tiago Luis Pereira. Por Enca Sport Club, Nekati
Here the
Er.
infield announcer, providing some details.
Jonas
Nekati Er.
Pospisil will be
And he
the
was
athlete
second in the
for
long jump.
Slavia Bratislava.
Bratislava's Jonas Pobasil.
For Universidad Brno, Jakub Patoč.
And for the Brno
FN
club,
Waifo
Jakub Patoš.
for Harrow Athletic Club.
FAU EFO,
Darragh
British international.
McConville for
Best of
Dunramstown Dublin Athletics
16.22.
Club.
This is his first event of the year.
And for OAC Beograd,
Darragh
Gor
McConville.
Hovakiman.
Dundrum, South Dublin. And finishing off things for Hovakimian for the Belgrade club. Eye on Hovakimian to improve this year to 16.66. Finished fourth yesterday in the long jump, but Armenia have a fantastic reputation in the triple jump, as well as the long jump, and of course, think about Robert Emiyan, still the European record holder, Robert Emiyan, Armenian Federation President, of course, Hovakimian waiting for a Serbian club. Discus. Seen the distance. Piri Salin. No improvement for the Finn. Still remains in ninth place with 39.35. Omar Sahin testing the top slots, but gets a red flag. It's in second place with that Second round, 59.06. Zahin, best of just over 62 metres, but throwing extremely well to reach 59 metres so far. Did see quite a few personal bests yesterday. A whole variety of events. These conditions good for sprinters and jumpers.
Yeah.
Turn of Bratislava's Adrian Baran. 44.10, his first effort. Looking at it and measuring it at around 40 metres. It's a bit better than that, 46.35. So an improvement for Baran.
Getting ready for his
Marek
second
Barta.
attempt, Marek Barta.
Got a solid performance in the first round, 55.07. But 67 metre thrower at best, and he'll want to improve on that, try and put some pressure on Casas, who's gone over 60 metres with both his throws, leading the way with 61.82, the Spaniard. Very high angle of release, but he's very strong. Well, that's an improvement, but I don't think it's going to overtake Casas. Drops down at just about the 60 metre mark, maybe even just a little bit shy. Not always easy to tell. 57.12.
57.12 for Marek Barta. Goes to the third position after 2 attempts. Now it's time for Zach Davies for Harrow Athletic Club.
Barak, third place at the moment. Zach Davis, a foul in the first round. Important for him to get a valid mark in. Oh, it's valid. It's a fair bit shorter than you would have wanted. So 42.62 for Zach Davis. Just out of the top 8 at the moment. Only 3 men are going to be eliminated. But Davis in 9th place at the moment. 8th place held by Jovan Stranic with 43.23. That's the mark this man Martin is aiming for. Need to improve his personal best quite considerably. Just flies into the netting. So Tierney, only one valid effort, 30.07, and he takes a bow and exit this competition. Now, Stranic will want to improve. Not sure it is an improvement though. 43.23, that looks well short of the 50 metre line.
Y en el pasillo de triples se prepara para su primer intento el atleta del Faxa Playas de Castellón,
Triple jump.
Pablo Torrijos.
Pablo Torrijos. Well, Torrijos won this event back in 2019 when Playas de Castellón were also the host. Torrijos, former Spanish record holder. 17.18. Now, was that a foul? Just waiting to see. Yes, it is given a white flag.
Y en la jaula de
Seems to lose a bit of forward momentum in his last few strides.
mantiene la primera posición provisional con
Second at the
61
European
metros
Indoor
de
Championships
velocidad.
back in 2015.
La
A
ambición
decade further on, still representing his club.
desde 15:43.
15:43 for Torrijos. So he's had a couple of outings indoors. It's an improvement. That's a 2026 best. Diego Casas, who's leading the way. Again, good effort around the 60-meter mark for Casas.
Thiago Luis Pereira.
Just mention between Stranic and Casas, we had Sven Forster of Luxembourg's Sporer Club. Didn't improve though, so his best still remains 47.58. Thiago Pereira is one of 3 17-meter men in this competition, along with Torrijos and Ncatier. Third at the World Indoor Championships in 2024. That's very quick across the circle. Tell you it was an improvement, 60.28, as we look at a replay of Thiago Pereira. Long, rangy jumper. 15.13 for him. Be looking to jump well over 16 meters in these conditions. And Ncatier. '19 European Under-23 champion. Jumped his personal best of 17.37 in that final in Sweden, in Gävle. Was fortunate enough to be watching him. 7 years further on. Changed the red vest of Turkey for the dark blue one of his club, Enka from Istanbul. Perhaps a little bit disappointed yesterday. Did finish second in the long jump, but it's a bit below his best. So 15.78 for Air. Pospisil. He'll need to improve and go over 15 meters for the first time in his life to challenge the top 3. It's early days in this competition. Can personal best go over 15 meters? Well, regardless of how he finishes, excelled in good quality competition. Long way behind the board. Probably a good 5 to 10 centimeters behind the board. So, sure, his coach will be passing on some advice to adjust his run-up. .14.70. Well, that's one of his best jumps of his life. Only 15 centimeters shy of his personal best.
Third attempt, Omer Shekin is second.
So, from the Brno Club, Jakub Potiš.
Discus throwing final.
So, Patoš.
16.56, improvement for Omer Shekin, for Enka Sport Club.
Just saw there very quickly, Omer Sahin. 60.56 for Sahin from Enka. That closes the gap between himself and Diego Casas. F.A. Uwaifu. Switching between the two events quickly. This is Adrian Baran. Getting that one in quickly. Evo, 31 years of age. Out to Riyadh and jumped 50.83 there weeks ago. We've switched back, and this is Marek Barter. So, 7-12 in the previous round. It's a white flag. It's not the strongest of discus throwers, but he is very quick across the circle, and he's quite renowned as a good technician. For Evo. Rather flat first phase. A lot of spring into his jump there. Times national triple jump champion in Great Britain. Of course, Great Britain's Jonathan Edwards holds the world record in this event, 18:29. Record's been standing since the 1995 World Athletics Championships. People have gone close, but no one's beaten it in that time. Uifo, 14:68. Darama Conville, just over 12 metres his best. Be going off the forward board. Wide shots, you can see that they've got two boards out there. Very short run up, yes. Doesn't hit the board. Just moving his run up forward. It's 20 centimetres, and hitting the board rather more squarely.
Jump, runway. Getting ready for Kawakimian for Oapeo to close the first round of the triple jump men's
So
final.
closing the first round for Kimian. There's 9 men in this competition. Looking down, we are missing athletes from Enterprise and the Belgrade Club. I should say, not the Belgrade Club. No, he's got a good jump in. And the Tamperin Club, I should say.
In the Discus World men's final, after the 3 first attempts for all the athletes, we stay with the 8 best of them.
Nevertheless, gets a red flag. It did look like a good jump initially. So, Luis Muller Saw him in action in the 4x100 relay yesterday. Foul in the first round, but he is 15-metre plus triple jumper at best. Chopping his stride and drifts out to the right side, but gets another red flag. Oh dear, that's another foul for Muller. But he's perfectly capable of getting good points in this competition. Needs to get a valid jump in to progress. Just wonder if he knew he had a red flag. He seemed to be quite pleased with that performance as he came out of the pit. Now, Pablo Torrijos. Now 34 years of age. Former national record holder. Remember rightly, I think he might have been the first Spaniard over 17 metres. Of course, nowadays, that mantle's been taken by Jordan Diaz. Torrijos still very much involved. Hasn't lost too much of his speed on the run-up, but couldn't quite control executing the phases there. Pulled out during what's usually known as the step phase. But he's in second place at the moment. 15:43. No one over 16 metres yet. This man, Thiago Luis Pereira, 16:50 earlier this year. The years, Portugal has produced a number of great triple jumpers. Thinking about the 2008 Olympic champion Nelson Avora, Pedro Pablo Pichardo, many world titles and global honours. Guerrero's had to play second fiddle to them for a lot of his career, but he's still a very fine jumper. So with his first jump, he likes to take his time, get sighted on the board, go through his mental preparation. Said a bit earlier, took a bronze medal at World Indoor Championships in 2024. Looking focused, looking for a big improvement on his first round 15:13. Oh, that's a good effort from the Portuguese athlete. It's quick on the run-up, just chopping slightly. That's not unusual, but that was probably chopping a little bit too early. Good height, rather ungainly landing, but it does get decent distance. The naked eye, I thought that was around 15.5 metres. Yeah, 15:59. So he overtakes Torrijos, goes into second place, but this man's still leading, Nicatier. Good effort from not quite sure it's as far as his first round effort of 15.78. Went on, got 6th in the Tokyo 21 Olympic Games. Last few years, his career's slightly flatlined, but he's still very, very competitive. Jose Lima sending his discus out to about 55 meters. Of course, now the top 8 reordered. So the 8th ranked person goes into the ring first. Lima lying 4th at the moment, but the top 3 still to come.
For the Portuguese thrower, no improvement in this fourth attempt. And now it's getting ready Marek Barta from PSA Brown. His third.
Ooh. Comes together quite well for air. It's Pospisil. First round effort, not far short of his personal best. 16.06. First man in the competition in the triple jump to go over 16 meters as we look at Marek Barta in the discus. $14.52 for Pospisil. No improvement for Slovak athlete. Move across the border. This is Jakob Patoš from the VSK Brno Club. Very short run up from Patoš. Still 18 years of age, Patoš, and I'm sure as time goes on, he'll be running off a much longer run-up. $13.78 for Patoš. Bad effort from Patoš. Whoa, that is a great effort from Diego Casas, though. That's not that far away from the 65-meter line. He's already leading with 61.82. Let's see whether that's an improvement. He's got such a long pull on the discus, and it's good technically as well.
La marca el registro del primer intento y mantiene la primera posición de la final de la.
Oh, we're just waiting for Diego Casas' result comes up.
El día de hoy.
Where Ifo fouls again, and he's in a bit of trouble. I can tell you that Diego Casas 62.01. So Zach Davis did squeak into the top 8 with his third round F of 45.20. Didn't improve in the fourth round, and he starts the fifth round. Conneville. We had 12.87 in the first round. $12.30.
attempts in the triple jump final. Score,
Well,
Italian for
O'Connor lying in 7th place at the moment. There's a couple of men who so far haven't registered a valid mark. This is one of them, Gore of Cap. Apologise, tripping up over his family name. Of Kimian. Armenian, competing for the Serbian club. OAK Beograd. Takes off a long, long way behind the board. Gets a valid effort in. .1666 man. That was in the 14s, but solid performance ensures that he'll get another jump. .14.50. It's Forster of Spora. He's done well, the Luxembourg athlete, made the top 8. Talia Forster didn't improve with that throw. I've seen it up on my screen. 46.89, so still remains in 7th place with 47.58. So we switch from one sport athlete to another. Louis Miller. Oh, that's Miller eliminated. 3 fouls, so he won't register a valid mark.
The athletes who are participating in the pole vault final for the men. We have for Sporting Club de
Pole vault
Portugal,
final.
Diego Meneses.
Just getting underway very shortly. Diego Meneses
Carmen
of
Giuseppe Paone
Sporting
for
Club de
Enterprise
Portugal.
Sport and Service.
5 metre vaulter at best.
Alexis Abolainen for Tampere and Pirinto.
Coming Paoni. No registered mark for him, and I couldn't find a mark either. I think he'll probably just be making up the numbers, unless I'm mistaken. Alexis Savalainen. Saw him also in the 4x100. Kaneki Kremenka and Boris Hidik. Keep an eye on Chenechi.
For Dandram, South Dublin
525 vaulter. Willem Strasky.
Luka Supang for OAK Beograd.
Solomon Orales.
Karel
Kevin Byrne.
For
Lucas Zupanic. He's a 535 man.
Castellón, el atleta del club local, Juan Luis Bravo.
Kerel Chatel Ducos from Spora, and completing the lineup, the very good Juan Luis Bravo from Playas de Castellón. 562 man. Bravo should be a height or two ahead of anybody else in the field. Doesn't always work out that way at the pole vault.
In the discus throw men final.
So Marek Barta, very familiar figure, going into the circle again. Barta down in 3rd place at the moment with 57.12. Sahin of Enka has gone over 60 metres with 60.56. That's his immediate target. Diego Casas leading, 62.01. Taliev, Barta, 56.22. So no improvement for Barta, 57.12. Now, Diego Pereira on the left-hand side of your screen. Omer Sahin, Turkish international, on the right. Looks as though he just got the slightly wrong angle of trajectory. It lurched over to the left-hand side of the sector. Normally as a right-handed thrower, you would have expected him to be throwing down the right-hand side.
No improvement for Shahid in his 5th attempt. Y es turno para el
Pereira.
representante del Faxa Playas de Castellón, Diego
Nice
Casas,
effort from
sigue
Pereira.
liderando la prueba con 62 metros
In the 15.5 metre range, yes.
Va a por su quinto
15.59.
intento.
Just repeating what he did in the second round. Now, the last throw in the 5th round. Diego Casas leads 62.01, which is good throwing in these windless conditions. He's getting no help from the elements. I've switched over very quickly to Nekatier, triple jump leader. Went over 16 meters in the last round. Now, was that a red flag? It was very close. No, gets the white flag.
63 metros y 5 centímetros, mejora en 1 metro. El mejor intento de Diego Casas y se mantiene, por supuesto, en primera posición del lanzamiento de disco categoría
It's
masculina.
really
Esta
tight
final
on the board there.
que está a punto de llegar a
The
la
big
última
championships,
ronda
you actually
de
get
lanzamientos.
given the difference, whether they're behind or in front of the board. I don't think there'll be very much there. Now, Casas looking at that replay again. Congratulations from Barta. The two know each other well. They've competed in many of the same competitions. Well, we didn't see it up on the screen, but it was 63.05 for Casas, putting more distance between himself and the chasing group, led by Omar Sahin, 60.56. So, Jonas Pospisil gets a red flag. No improvement for Pospisil. 14.70 is best from the first round. It's 15 centimetres shy of his personal best. I'll complete the 3 phrases. So, Jakob Patosh, the 18-year-old from Brno. Not a bad effort from Patok. Second in the Czech Indoor Championships back in March. February. Compete 2 years ago in the long jump, and he's perhaps switching disciplines. Say 2 years ago, competed 2 years ago. European Under-18 Championships. Banska Bystrica in Slovakia. And as we look at Zach Davis, just to remind you, we will be showing on the European Athletics YouTube channel every single moment of this year's European Under-18 Championships, coming to you from Rieti in Italy between the 16th and the 19th of July. So, all ready for 14.68 in the first round, foul in the second. He's lying down in 5th place at the moment. Looks as though it might be just over 15 metres. Move him up perhaps a place or two. Sven Forster now in the final round of the discus. It's a red flag for Forster. As we look at a replay of Uerifo's jump, 15.35. It's up a couple of places into fourth place. Adrian Baran. Foul for Baran as well. Baran's been throwing well in these conditions, 49.17 in the fourth round. So just a bit more than 2 meters down on his best. Now, Giovanni Veloce. 67-meter thrower about a decade ago. Not quite at that level these days, but still enjoying his throwing, the 2021 Olympian. Fouls his final effort though. The hat comes off. Jose Lima means business. Improved to 56.31 in the last round. Third place at the moment held by Marek Barter, 57.12. Bit difficult to tell from that head-on shot. Kimian getting ready in the triple jump. 55.88 for Lima as Marek Barter now goes into the circle for his third and final attempt. Well, there's quite a few of the Belgrade team in the stands cheering on their teammate. Long way behind the board. Might be a bit of an improvement on his 14.50.
No improvement for Barta, so he finishes third in the Discus Government final. Now getting ready for his last attempt, Omer Shahin for Enka Sports Club. His second with
very quick on the run-up.
56.
Didn't even hit the board. Still flew out. Well, that's over 15 meters. Good technique. Really springy second phase. So, Kimian leaps out to 15.48, moves him up to third behind Pereira, and Air overtakes Torrijas. So we just saw Omar Sahin foul. Just one man left to go into the circle now in the discus. That's the local favourite, the players, the Castellón thrower, Diego Casas. And there he is, wearing number 1 on his back, and he's in position number 1 in this competition. All 5 valid throws, all over 60 metres. He's really stamped his authority on this event. 3 of his throws so far better than anybody else in this competition. Not sure that's going to be an improvement though, but 63.05 this morning is an excellent effort, and it's 11 points for Diego Casas. Drops down just over 60 metres, 60.84, but a good series. All 6 valid throws, all 6 over 60 metres. And quite rightly, gets a deserved round of applause.
Estic així? No n'hi haurà ningú que ha vingut?
So first track action, and it's the men's 110 metres hurdles.
So there we go with the start list of the 110 meter hurdles. Men, the first leg. In lane 2, we run Willem Gilskens for Dundrum South Dublin Athletics Club. Lane
Not sure, still looking for...
Pospisil for Slavia Bratislava.
Well, it looks like we're missing the Dundrum South Dublin athlete, Gruskens, so we've got Pospisil, who's dashed over from the triple jump. Kannikainen of Tampere.
Claude Godard for Cal Spora.
Claude Godard, fastest man in this field, a sub-14 performer in lane 5. And on the outside, ran a really good opening leg yesterday for Enterprise in the 4x100 metres, Daniel Okoluku. There's 4 men in this first of 2 110 metres hurdles races. In lane 3, Jonas Pospisil, Bratislava, Konsta Kannikin, Tamperin, Claude Godard, Spora from Luxembourg, and Daniel Okoluko on the outside, Enterprise of Italy. As we look at the discus results, Diego Casas winning quite comfortably. 4 throws better than anybody else. It's 5th round, 63.05, taking the 11 points. Means that Pliers Castellón close the gap quite considerably. My reckoning they reduce Sporting's lead in the men's events to 2 points. Pospisil, Kannikan, Godard and Okoluko. And it is Okoluko who got the quickest start. Tidy hurdling from the Italian out in lane 6. Doing well at the moment.
In lane 6, Daniel Olise, Okoluko.
Well, we have a problem with the timing system, unfortunately. Try and give you that result as soon as possible. It did look like a good run from Okoluko. Man with a personal best of 14.17. 22 years of age. He's looking for his first ever clocking under 14 seconds. Kannikin on paper a fraction faster.
Of Daniel Olise, Okoluko for Enterprise.
And apart from clattering that 8th hurdle, that was a tidy bit of work from Daniel Okoluko. 14.25, just a fraction outside of his personal best. Gap's closed to 3 points. Scribbling slightly inaccurate. I thought they'd reduced it to 2 points, but in fact it is 3 points now between Sporting Club de Portugal and Pliers de Castellón. Enka remaining in 3rd, very much in contention. Well, just seen that race. And there's the results confirmed, 14.25 to Okoluko. See magpies all over Spain, known locally as orucas. by Uarifo. In 35 in the last round. So Darrow McConneville, despite qualifying and getting 3 extra jumps, has retired from the competition. Pospisil and Patosh fouling, I should say. 4th attempts. Moving along quickly. $15.50, nice improvement. Legal wind. So the Harrow man.
En el pasillo de triple se prepara para su cuarto intento Pablo Torrijos, intentando superar esa marca que hasta el momento ostenta de 15.43.
Now Pablo Torrijos. Red flag. Judge very quickly raised it.
We go for the track
So
again
no
with the
improvement
second
for
leg of
Torrijos in 5th place at the
110
moment,
meter hurdlesmen
having
final.
just been pushed back by Uarifo.
In lane 2, we have Luka Troborcevic for OAC Beograd.
He's got his run up
In
slightly
lane 3,
wrong, had to chop his
Mikat
stride
Sebler
and still
for
couldn't hit the
Eigas
board
Sport
squarely.
Club. In lane 4, Abdel
Now.
Larrinaga for Sporting Clube de
It's
Portugal.
the
Por la calle 5,
second race of the men's
Daniel
110 metres
Cisneros, el
hurdles.
Barça Playas de Castellón.
6 men in it.
Lane 6 for Edson Gomez, Harrow Athletic Club. And last, in lane 7, Willem Strasky for Universitat Bern.
Man of interest there, Willem Strasky. It's also in the pole vault. Strasky took 4th place in the World Indoor Championships heptathlon, a man of many talents. Not the quickest though in the field. That belongs to Mikdak Sevla of Enka. Of Kimian. I'm not sure the result flashed up, but I can see on my monitor that it was 15:52. So the men's 110 metres hurdles from the inside. Traskovic, Beograd, Sevla Enka, Larrinaga, Sporting Portugal, Cisneros of Pliers, Gomez of Harrow, and Strasky on the outside of Brno. It is Sevla at the moment, but he's been challenged by Cisneros. Cisneros now edging in front. Well, that was a slight upset. Cisneros, 13:46 man, beat the man who was quicker on paper. A good start from Cisneros and Sevla. This is where Cisneros, about 6 hurdles into the race, starts to just ever so slightly edge in front and then beats his man on the run-in off the 10th hurdle. 13:73 for Daniel Cisneros. Now the important point is, where did the man from Sporting Portugal finish? Well, Larrinaga finished 3rd. He's looking at the 2 protagonists from Pliers and Enka as we look at another Sporting Portugal athlete, Tiago Pereira. So the gap has now closed between Sporting Portugal and Pliers de Castellón to 1 point, and Enka still very much in it. It's going to be a wonderful battle over these remaining couple of hours between these three teams for supremacy. I like this side-on shot. Cisneros. Be looking to try and qualify for the European Championships. Of course, Enrique Llopis leading the way with the Spanish hurdlers at the moment. Cisneros 13.73. So, Quetier. That's given a white flag. Very tight on the board. But Air, 16.06 in the second round. And you see it after 12 events. Sporting Club just hanging on to the lead by 1 point. Third at the moment in the men's competition with 113 points, just 3 points behind Sporting Portugal as well. Now the women's shot put also carrying on in the field.
There we go.
Men's
Start
pole vault.
the shot put woman final. In this final,
There, Diego Meneses just in the background taking his attempt.
we will have Emma Roche for Gudrun South Dublin Athletics.
Emma Roach,
Jessica Inchulde for Sporting
one
Club
of the more
de
modest
Portugal.
throwers. The great Jessica Inchulde, winner of
Laura
European Cup
Singh
throwing
for
and
Spora.
veteran Portuguese international.
Eliana
Laura
Arriba for
Lacine
Vodafone de
of
Valencia Club de
Spora
Atletismo.
from Luxembourg. Here's Elena
Martina Machurova
Aruda
for
of
Slavia
Valencia.
Bratislava.
Thrown over 18 metres this year.
Sophie Verlitou
Martina
for
Mazarova,
Athletic Club.
saw her in the discus yesterday. Bratislava.
Emel
Sophie Merritt Drew, the Harrow athlete. And Emel Dorelli, well, former European under-18 champion. Dorelli, experienced thrower. Maria Tomil, Spanish record holder with 18.80. Has been close to 18 metres this year. Manon Bennett. Alexandra Trifunovic, again, saw her in the discus yesterday. Nina Saveda, athlete. Ilka Bekkonen for the Finnish club. Joskelan, Lucy Lasiskova for Praha, and the lineup completed with Sofia Kapari. Took second in the discus yesterday, but shot very much her second event. So, lifetime marks. We have 3 women who've thrown over 18 metres or more. In Chude, Aruda, Tomil, I've actually missed out Emel Derelli as well. So 4 women, very, very classy competitors in the women's shot put. Let's see if possible. Basil. Fortunately didn't have to go very far. It's the horizontal jumps pit is in front of the main stand. Sometimes it's on the far side of the stadium. You'd have had a bit further to go to the 110 metres hurdles start. Bad. 14.70 in the first round, which was just 15 centimetres shy of his best. Fouled his last 3 attempts. As we look at the women's 100 metres hurdles, the first of 2 races. 6 women in this field, sitting down, just waiting for the starter and the presentation to the crowd. I have to say, with such a quality of competition, and you can see the women's shot line up on the scoreboard behind the 100 metres hurdlers, it's going to be a fascinating competition. FA Uarifo, red flag for Uarifo.
En el pasillo de
Fourth place.
es turno de nuevo para el atleta del Faxa Playas de Castellón, Pablo Torrijos. Quinto intento para él, es quinto provisionalmente con 15.43.
Discus has been pushed back down to 5th. Very important because Nketiah of Enka in first place at the moment with 16.06. Tiago Pereira 15.59, 1 and 2 at the moment. Their players is 2 rival clubs for the men's competition. It was never there from start to finish. So Players de Castellón perhaps losing a couple of points that they were expecting to get. Torrijos 15.43. They were looking for him to be a bit closer to the likes of Nketiah and Tiago Pereira. So Gore of Akimian. Moved into 3rd place with his last jump at 15.52. After his foul in the first round, has improved with his 3 successive jumps. So I wonder whether this could be an additional improvement. That doesn't look bad. I'm not sure it's as far as his 4th round effort of 15.52.
In triple jump men final is getting ready Diego Luis Pereira.
So 15.28 for of Kimian.
For him. He's 2nd with 15.59.
Tiago Pereira. Been in 2nd place since his 2nd round, 15.59. He equalled that in the 3rd round. Foul in the last round.
Lane 3, we have Luke Dolendo for Carl Sport. Lane 3, Maria Kukic for ceremonies.
Still one more jump after this to come.
Lane 4, Sina
He's aiming for Nketiah's 16.06. Can he pull out a big jump? 7 metre plus jumper at best. Well,
Lane 6,
it's the white flag.
For Atletica Brescia. And in lane 7, Luis King for Dundrum South Dublin Athletics Club.
So he jumped in on the presentation of the first race in the women's 100 metres hurdles. Let me give you the full lineup, which you can see in front of your eyes. Lou Dollendorf of Spora, Maria Bukovic of Krvada Sveveda, Zina Pindorova of Bratislava, Nina Franka of Prince Hendrik, Verona Krida of Brescia, and on the outside, the Irish athlete Louise King of Dundrum South Dublin. Quickest athlete by far in this field, Veronica Krida of Brescia. She goes in lane 6 and has a personal best of 13:61.
On your mark.
Saw several of these athletes in the women's 4x100 relay yesterday. They'll have gone back to their hotel, hopefully had something to eat and then sleep. Oh no, the official's not happy. I think he's looking at Dollendorf's blocks, having a word with the Luxembourg athlete, calling them back. Can bring you up to date with the triple jump. Herrera jumped 15:44. That looks like a foul to me. Yes, you can see in the background. Does get the red flag. There's the lineup, as you can see on the screen behind the athletes. Personal best times. Sure that time for Bukovic is correct, but seen Krida in action on a couple of occasions. Certainly a sub-14 athlete. So they settle down for the second time of asking. Well, Bukovic and Krida out very quickly. Bukovic done her a disservice. She's hurdling extremely well at the moment, but the others, both Krida and on her inside Franka, closing her down. Well, that's a huge personal best for Franka.
The winning is for Nina Franke in lane 5 with a time of 13 seconds and 60.
Normally considered a 400-meter runner.
Plus 0.1.
Took a world indoor silver medal as part of the Dutch 4x4 relay team in Tehran back in March. Now, she's adjusting to her event very well, because that's the first 100 meters hurdles race that she's actually run since 2022, which explains why she had a personal best of just inside 15 seconds, and she's absolutely hammered that. She's taken the best part of a second off a personal best time.
And in the screen of the track,
Well, 13:60 the time adjusted to for Franka.
Qualification. By
Bukovic,
now,
despite
position
tiring
is
over the final 3 hurdles,
116
13:78.
points.
Krida 13:80. That's the 1, 2, 3 in the women's 100 meters hurdles.
115 points. Third place for Enka Sport Club, 113 points.
So now in the final round of the triple jump.
Fourth place, Harrow Athletic Club with 78 points. With 72 points and a half, OAC Beograd in 5th position. 65 points for Università Brno for the 6th place. 7th place, Enterprise Sport and Service with 74.5 points. 8th position, Slavia Bratislava with 61 points. 9th, Tampere and Pirito, 42 points. 10th place for Calspora with 33 points. And on 11th place, Dundrum
So
South
just saw
Dublin Athletics
Jakub
Club with
Patoš
28
in action.
points.
13.68. So he stays in 7th place. Going from one Czech athlete to another. So, Asikova, the USK Praha club, into the circle. 2 efforts over 17 metres so far. It's well, that's Pospisil, not Patosh, as you can see there on the scoreboard. Pospisil, 14.70 in the first round, and then a quick excursion to run the 110 metres hurdles. It's the second race of the women's 100 metres hurdles. They're going to have to go some. After Nina Franco ran 13.60 in the first heat.
With the second leg of the 100 meter hurdles women presentation. In lane 2, we'll have Jessica Barreira.
So just out of camera shot, we had Jessica Barreira, who was throwing the javelin yesterday, talented multi-eventer, SE Burma. There's the Jaskvaland club from Finland. Paula Blanquer, Valencia. Esther Bendova, Prague. Bendova, the quickest woman in this race at 12.92. Loretta Pages, who plies the Castellón, 13.09 her best. Barry Jessup, she was in the relay yesterday, 13.22 performer. Kansu Nimet Savin on the outside, 13.32. Last chance for a big one from Torrijos, and he likes it, urged on by the crowd. And I wouldn't be surprised, I think that's over 16 metres. I think he's got it right after struggling throughout this competition. It all came together with that last jump.
16 metros y 14 centímetros para Pablo Torrijos. En su último intento se coloca
16.14. What an outstanding effort, and he's really thrown down the gauntlet to Pereira and Nicatier, who are still to come in this last round. So switching quickly back to the second race in the women's 100 metres hurdles. Keep an eye on lane 5. Esther Bendova of the Prague club. Well, Bendova got a poor start. It's Blanca running well at this stage. Blanca out in front for Pliers. Closing down on her, it's Pages. And that's really tight between the two Spaniards. They know each other very well, as you can see. But the fastest woman in the field, Esther Bendova, was never in that race after a wretched start. Well, the battle for 13 points between Valencia's Paula Blanquer and Loretta Pages of Pliers. Let's look at that race again. Really good hurdling over the first 5 or 6 hurdles from Paula Blanquer. Pages, quicker between the hurdles, claws it back. That's too close to call for me. But Barrera comes through strongly. The Sporting Club athlete gets third, that's for sure. 13.27 for Loretta Pages.
Y atención a esta
That was one of the best runs of her life. Paula Blanca will only be a couple of hundredths behind, if that.
13-27, llegada apretadísima para los dos clubes que compiten.
Well, Pages was absolutely flying over the second half of that race. Clawed back the deficit on Blanca on her inside. And it was Spain 1-2. Players de Castellón and Valencia. Nice shot. Two very happy athletes. So there we have it, the women's 100 metres hurdles. In fact, it's down to thousandths of a second between Loretta Pages and Paula Blanquer, but the Players de Castellón athlete given the verdict. And there's the standings after 12 events. Portugal, Sporting Club de Portugal, their advantage now down to 4 points from Valencia.
And last attend, Diego Luis Pereira, Sporting Club de Portugal.
Now, Tiago Pereira in second place. He's just seen Pablo Torrijas fly into the lead with 16-14. How does the Portuguese athlete respond? Oh, I don't think that's an improvement, and that has critical impact on the team standings. Torrijas, who was struggling throughout the competition, is now looking at 13 points and perhaps overhauling Sporting Club Portugal in the team standings. Pereira, as it stands at the moment, being pushed down to third. He's slowing about 5 strides out. He's a long, rangy athlete.
No improvement for Diego Luis Pereira. He finishes third in this triple jump men final. And the last jump for...
So now the very last jump in this competition. Nketiah from the Enka Club, the former European under-23 champion.
16:06.
Pereira's 15:62, the best of the competition, but he's down in third. Now Nketiah, he's been pushed back to second. 16:06. Needs to find another 8 centimetres. I don't think that's good enough, though. He's getting warm applause from the crowd and his teammates, but I'm not sure that's going to be good enough for him to overtake Pablo Torrijos. No, and he knows now. He can hear that it wasn't good enough indeed. Well, 16:37. It wasn't clear, the sun was in everybody's eyes, and I think everybody thought it was 15:37, but it's just been given as 16:37. So Nketiah responds in fine fashion. I'm not quite sure what that signifies. At the death, perhaps. He can pull it out when it counts. So Nketiah recovers first place. And it is really tight at the top of the men's standings. By my reckoning, Sporting Club de Portugal and Players de Castellón are equal on points. We'll see what the tiebreak produces.
As you can see on the track screen, we have the final. final result of that triple jump
So.
main final that we have seen minutes ago.
There's Lucy Lasikova. Improves to 12.87. It's 9 centimetres short of her personal best. So this competition being led by Jessica and Jude with 18.64. Convincingly ahead of the Spaniard. Eliana Aruda, 17.30 with the first round. See the full results of the men's triple jump. Indeed, it is Sporting Club de Portugal and Playas de Castellón equal on points, 125 points, but Portugal at the moment ahead on the tiebreak rules, which means that they had more first places, more second places, and so on. So at one end of the arena, the women's shot put's going on. At the other end, it's the women's hammer just about to start. So Blanka Kapiasova, Prague, Agata Gremi of Atletica Bresci, one of the better throwers. Gremi, 57.63. Lucy Moore, Dundrum South Dublin, and Catherine Jakobsen. Well, the Dane recruited for Sporting Club de Portugal through 75.52 at the European Throwing Cup this year. Sofia Snell of Spora and Lara Redondo. Lara Redondo, many times breaking the Spanish record, 72 meters at best. Vanessa Sikorova of Bratislava, Anna Merritt of Harrow. Hitter Ostapach, Andreas Sales, the up-and-coming hammer thrower from Playas de Castellón. Completing the lineup, Manat Bene, Yvonne Duric, who we saw throwing the javelin, and Ida Copelli of Javascalan. Bar in the men's pole vault at 4.60 meters at the moment. Alexei Savalainen gets over his opening height at 4.60. It's a last gasp attempt for the Finn. Otherwise his club would have been left with no points if he'd have no heighted. But in the end, took 3 attempts and a good effort at 4.60 meters.
Close qualification between the 3 first clubs.
Still quite a few men haven't come in, as you might imagine.
With the same points
Expect to see Juan Luis Bravo coming in at 5 meters.
In third place, only 1 point behind Enca Sport Club. In fourth place, we have Harrow Athletic Club with 85 points. In fifth, Oak Belgrade, 80 points and a half.
So this is Eliana Aruda. Aruda challenging Tomil for the status of Spain's #1 at the moment. 17.30.
64.5.
First round effort from Aruda.
9th place, Tampere and Perinto, 42 points. 10th place, Calspora with 33 points. In 11th place, Dundrum South Dublin Athletics Club, 32 points.
Ruder improves to 17.62. Turn of Martin Mazarova. Mazarova. Second consecutive foul. Now Sophie Merritt-Drew. Merritt-Drew, 12.71 in the second round for the Harrow athlete. It's the best of over 15 metres.
Getting ready for the first attempt.
No improvement for Merritt-Drew though.
Castellón Jacobsen for Sporting Clube de Portugal.
So now, Emil Derelli. Oh, the Turk gets a red flag. Not happy with that. Derelli at the moment down in third place with her opener of 17.04. Also got 17 metres in the second round. She's been Turkey's '1 shot putter for a very long time. Took a bronze medal in the European Championships back in 2016. As we now switch very quickly. This is Maria
Castellón Jacobsen for Sporting Clube de Portugal.
Belen Tomil.
She gets in the first place in this hammer throw woman
Using the
final.
rotational technique.
Now it's getting ready Sofía Snal for Cal Spora.
16.76 in the first round and then a foul.
Lanzamiento de peso, acabamos de tener el lanzamiento de Belén Toimil, 17-15 para colocarse en tercera posición provisional la atleta del Faxa Playas de
Toimil
Castellón.
improves to 17.15 as we switch over. Spora athlete in the women's hammer. Sofía
Y después de
Snell.
este lanzamiento en el martillo se prepara Laura Redondo, la atleta, la lanzadora del Diputación Valencia Club de Atletismo. Primer lanzamiento para ella.
And now the Valencia athlete, Laura Redondo. Now 37 years of age. For so long she's been a great servant of Spanish athletics. 7 national titles in this event. Well, Redondo looking pensive.
La marca para Laura Redondo se
Rona,
coloca segunda.
63.67.
La atleta del Diputación Valencia
More to come
Club
from her.
de
She's already
Atletismo,
thrown
el primer
nearly
intento.
69 metres this year. Vanessa Sikorova. Sikorova, 46-metre thrower at best, the 22-year-old. Drops down at about 38, 39 metres. You can see out there at 50-metre mark. So a second line at 70 metres. Potentially be getting onto that a bit later on. Sikorova, 41.25. As we move on to Anna Merritt. Nicely over 50 metres, about 52 metres. Good start for Merritt. And the women's high jumpers just practicing at the moment. That'll get underway very shortly, in about 6 minutes' time. Also got coming out onto the track, the men's 800 metres. Now all 11 men squeezed into one race. A lot happening. This is Andrea Sales going into the circle. Oh, that's a foul for the players, the Castellón athlete. Sales, just 19 years of age. Performance at the European Throwing Cup in Nicosia back in March, which finished second in the under-23 competition.
With the start list of the 800-meter men.
Set a personal best of 68.91
Ladies,
there.
we have Andrew McGilton
So now from the outside, we have Andrew McGilton and Ben Goldschmidt of the Dundrum South Dublin and the Spora clubs, both shoehorned into lane 8. On their inside, Sporting's David Garcia, 147 man. Mehmed Selig, 146. Selig, now Jose Ignacio Perez, quickest man in the field at 145.91. On his inside, Daniel Cochisa of the Brno Club, 146 man. Giovanni Pagliara and Philip Bedek in lane 3. In lane 2, with lane 2 himself, Consta Utara of Tamparin. Not too many Finnish fans. They haven't quite made the long trip here to Castellón. And on the inside, Cameron Riley of Harrow and Velbor Nikolic of Belgrade. Nicely poised, those two clubs battling for 4th place at the moment. So, Jose Ignacio Perez. Was 3rd in the National Indoor Championships in Madrid in February. It's already won 146 this year. It's very tight. 4 men under 148 in this field. There's 1 point separating the top 3 in the team standings, with Sporting Club de Portugal in 1st place with 125 points, but Players Castellón 2nd on the tie-break rules with the same points, and Enca just 1 point further back. Harrow have closed the gap, starting to pull away a little bit from Belgrade in 4th place. Never met in an 800 metres, almost guarantees some jostling. And it's Gotisa, one of the quicker men, with a personal best of 1:46.57, who's leading the way. It's a good tactic from Gotisa. If it was slow, be all sorts of arms being tangled, tripping up. Gatisa's got himself out in front, stayed out of trouble, and the quick men as well, like Perez and Garcia following him as well. 58.91. Well, not particularly quick. Still quick enough to string them out behind it. And it's still Gotisa, Garcia, Perez. That's the 1, 2, 3 at the moment. Selic coming round, long way round, getting up now that the racing is really starting with 250 metres to go. And Garcia, the diminutive sporting runner, gets to the front now, darts to the front, and he's really gone through the gears. Perez is trying to follow him. Selic is going to have to come the long way round. Selic has got a lot of ground to make up. Garcia got the jump just at the right moment, and Garcia is pulling away. Selic and Perez now battling for second place, but no doubt it's all about the man in front, the man in first place. For Sporting Club de Portugal, it's David Garcia.
First place for the Portuguese team in this 800-meter
Well,
final.
excellently timed attack along the back straight, and David Garcia takes it in 1:51.95. So this is the early stage of the race, and the first lap fairly relaxed. But as they hear the bell, it all starts getting very quick indeed. And with just over 200 metres to go, this is where Garcia attacked, and he managed to maintain his sprint all the way through to the line. That consolidates Sporting's lead in the men's event. We waste no time whatsoever. Over to the women's high jump. Just saw there, Denisa Pessoa, one of the better athletes. Moving along, Marta Lisboeta. Now this is one event where Sporting Club de Portugal, who are leading the women's rankings by 4 points, may end up conceding points unless Lisboeta manages to find something in the tank and set a personal best. Lana Alonso, a last woman to be presented, a 186 performer, really talented Spanish under-20 international. Saw her in action at the European under-20 Championships last year in Tampere. Alonso, the Spanish under-18 record holder as well. So the women's high jump will get underway with 13 competitors. And I'm sure we'll rejoin that once the heights get a little bit higher. It's the women's shot put though.
En el lanzamiento de peso, turno para Eliana Arruda, de Diputación Valencia, Club Atletismo. Es segunda con 17.62 en la cuarta ronda.
Elena Arruda. Just about to go into the circle on the far side. I'm sure we'll switch back. There she is. Second place at the moment with 17.62. Jessica Intude a long way ahead, 18.64. And the Portuguese athlete has unleashed 3 efforts over 18 metres.
Atención a la jaula de lanzamiento de martillo, turno para Laura Redondo, es segunda.
We go from one Diputación Valencia athlete to another. Well, just saw there Aruda. Hoping we get that replay of that. But Aruda's just gone over 18 metres, 18.17. So there's the men's standings. Sporting Club de Portugal, 1.5 points ahead of players de Castellón and Enca. Redondo.
...66-30 para Laura Redondo, mejora el primer lanzamiento y se mantiene en segunda posición.
Redondo. He's had a couple of outings already this year, thrown over 67 metres on 3 of the 4 outings. Redondo, 66.30. And in second place at the moment behind Catherine Jacobsen, who's only woman over 70 metres with 70.70. Here's Vanessa Sikorova, 41.25 in the first round. Challenged the leaders. It's a best of just over 46 metres.
And there we go with the start list
So,
of the
quickly back to the track and the women's 1500 metres.
We'll have Sofia Giobelli for Atlanta Brescia.
So,
Victoria
Sofia Giobelli,
for USK
421 athlete
Dagmar Smith
from
for
Prague, Victoria
Prince Hendrik.
Pokrodova. Marsh Schmidt of Prince Hendricks.
For Inca Sports Club.
Tugbo Toptas, well, Toptas could be part of the mix.
Kirsty Foster for Harrow Athletic Club.
So Natalia Grujek,
Heidi Habmaki for
Savannah Sveda, Christy Foster. She was in the 3000 yesterday. Wonder what she's got left in her legs. Heidi Habkamaki, Carla Jimenez, Karin Soranova, Anna Yaramenko, and then the Portuguese athlete Patricia Silva, second in the 800 metres yesterday. She's in good shape as well over 1500 metres, has had a couple of outings this year. Iona Monet of Dundrum South Dublin, and on the outside, Daly Cooper, who was a magnificent winner of the 800 metres yesterday. This is Chinachi, over 5 metres. So 3 3/4 laps of the track. Saw Kanachi bringing the bar down. He was over 480. That was his opening effort.
Andrea Sales del Faxa Playas de Castellón. Lanzamiento válido.
So the women's 1500 metres away. Let's expect this to be a blazing pace. Led by Okrodova at the moment.
73.04, el lanzamiento para Andrea Sales, se coloca tercera, la atleta del Faxa Playas de Castellón.
Daly Cooper.
Y al lanzamiento del Faxa Playas de Castellón.
This race taking its time to unwind. I have to say, there's been a late change. I thought we were going to get Daily Cooper in there, the 800-metre runner, but indeed we've got Carla Massip substituting. It's been a very late change. Just quick check. That might have an effect because Massip, good runner that she is not quite in the same class as Daily Cooper. So Ruda, who went over 18 metres in the last round. I think she's gone over 18 metres again. So at the front, Patricia Silva just leading them round. They go through the first 700 metres in 2:19 unofficially.
18:33, Eliana Arruda mejora el lanzamiento anterior y mantiene la segunda
Silva
posición.
controlling things from the front.
Líder provisional del lanzamiento de
Quickest
peso.
runner in this field, 4:05 at best. She's a 4:08 runner this year. Nobody else has got her credentials, and also terrific finishing speed. Portuguese athlete took the bronze at the World Indoor Championships back in March in Turin over 4 laps at the indoor track. The anchor athlete coming round, Tugba Toptas. Seen her at a lot of European athletics events over the years, Toptas. Now 26 years of age. Has come through the ranks, saw her at age group championships. Now Jessica Inchude. Oh, that's a good effort as well.
Final, leading Patricia Silva for Sporting Clube de Portugal.
Inchude reinforcing Sporting Club's dominance in the women's competition. I think that was over 19 metres. As we 1500 metres pace hots up. 19:11 I can say for Inchude.
Al salto de Laura Alegre de Faxa Playas de Castellón.
So it's still Silva in front. Toptas chasing her, trying to chase her down, but not really making much impression on her. Silva looking very calm and confident at the moment. Daughter of the former world indoor champion Rui Silva. Now starting to pull away, and she's not really even breaking sweat over this 1500 metres. She got caught out in the 800 metres by Daly Cooper. No Cooper on this occasion. Patricia Silva eases her way home in 4:30.64 unofficially. Followed home by Tugba Toptas. That consolidates Sporting Club de Portugal's win in this event and leading the women's standings. Sporting Club de Portugal won this event in 2016 and 2018, and at the moment in pole position to perhaps take it again for a third time in their history.
In the men's final, second foul for Omer Farkut.
So second failure for Chanachi.
He has one attempt more, over 5 meters.
He's a 5:25 man, the Turk who you just saw bringing the bar down. This is Trifunovic at 5 metres. Sorry, apologies. It's Hochtik of the Bratislava club, second attempt at 5 metres. This indeed would be a personal best as we look at the highlights of that women's 1500 metres. Key point in the race on the last lap with just over 200 metres to go. Toptas tried to challenge Silva, but Silva just too strong and too quick. Confirmation of the results. Carla Masip doing well for Valencia, coming in as a late substitute, taking 3rd place, just ahead of Carla Jimenez for the host club Players de Castellón. So 6 points difference now between Sporting Club de Portugal and Valencia. Any way you can slow down the overall standings, they're still turning over just a bit too quick. So Hochtik now has taken his time, getting prepared. This would be a personal best if he can go clear. Even at 460, which is quite ambitious. Cleared that and 480 at the first time of asking. Hochtik, second time failure. Starting to get quite warm in the infield now. Temperatures rising gradually, and it's about 23 degrees now.
Se está preparando para lanzar en el círculo de martillo
Dorelli,
Laura Redondo, del Diputación Valencia Club de Atletismo.
former world age group champion. World under-18s back in 2013, now 30 years of age, 2-time European under-20 champion. Struggled with injury last year, Dorelli. Now, Cianacci finally makes it at the 3rd time of asking at 5 metres. Laura Redondo, familiar figure. Redondo so often represented Spain at major competitions.
Y mejora en este tercer intento Laura Redondo con 67-55.
The World Championships to her name. Went to the delayed Tokyo 20 Olympic Games. Redondo, that 3rd round effort, 67.55, a best of her series so far. Keeps her in 2nd place behind, pardon the pun, the Great Dane Catherine Jakobsen, competing for Sporting Club de Portugal. So, Sikórova, fouls out.
Ahí teníamos el último lanzamiento de Eliana Arruga, pero se lleva una segunda posición del lanzamiento de peso para el Diputación Valencia Club Atletismo. Now it's getting ready Jessica Insunde for Sporting Club de Portugal. She's going to win this shot put woman final. She's going now with
Anna Merritt. 52.27 in the first round for Merritt, followed by a foul. That's just over 50 metres. Might be a slight improvement even.
Salto válido para la atleta de
Not much rest for Kanachi in the pole vault.
El listón de la altura está situado sobre 1,65 m.
Now attempting 5:10. Sitting down, composing himself. So there, Osterbrak. So now it's the men's 3,000 metre steeplechase final. So from the outside, Aaron Donnelly of Dundrum South, Dublin. Marius Riamaki. George Shavaka of Bratislava. Alejandro Otoño, as you might expect, one of the better men in this field, an 8:38 man. Jonas Hubacek of Brno. Enrique Francescalona of Sporta. Enterprises Wilson Marquez. We saw him yesterday in the 5,000 metres, finishing 4th. Leandro Monteiro, 8:37 man for Sporting Club de Portugal. Enka Versit Tekal, 8:43 man. Nikola Boka of Beograd, and on the inside, Terence Fondon. Fondon, personal best last year, just inside 9 minutes, 8:57. So,
con ese lanzamiento de 66.03 en el martillo en su tercer intento.
5 men who've broken 9 minutes in this race. Quickest being Leandro Monteiro of Sporting Club de Portugal. As we saw with the 5,000 metres yesterday, don't necessarily expect quick times. It's quite warm, but just because it's not a race against the clock doesn't mean to say it's not an enthralling and engaging race. And I really enjoyed the 5,000 metres. There was one yesterday by De La Fuente from Playas de Castellón, just beating out his rivals. Well, no hanging about from Tekal, the anchor man. Not a bad tactic, this, in the steeplechase. Getting to the front so you've got clear sight of the barrier. Whilst this race will probably soon start to string out, first couple of laps, it avoids any problems. So this is Arda Copelli. 5th place at the moment with 61.60. Oh! Looks as though Tekal took a bit of a bath there. Went down on all fours, just managed to avoid too much drama. Got himself up very quickly. So up front, it's Monteiro of Sporting Club. Taking the barriers cleanly. Playas de Castellón. Otoño. Just behind him, Tekal of Enka. And these are the 3 teams battling for supremacy in the overall standings. So finally, Chanachi Avenka to take his first effort at 5 meters 10. No, it's a 5:25 man, but he bailed out on that one.
Salto válido para Aitana Alonso, la atleta del Diputación Valencia Club Atletismo, primer
Still
salto
Leandro
válido
Montero leading the
sobre
way.
1,65.
So that's the first kilometre in around 2:57 unofficially. So not super quick pace. But, perhaps we weren't expecting it in this type of competition like the European Team Championships. It's all about the points. Don't want to commit yourself too quickly. Don't often see too many personal bests in distance races at these sort of team championships. Monteiro announcing the start of the year, over 10k on the roads, finished 10th in the Portuguese 10k championships, and just outside 29 minutes, 29:08. Good run from him. He's 22 years of age, regular figure in the Portuguese under 23 and under 20 teams at the European Cross Country Championships. Get out of his heats a little bit surprisingly at the European Under-23 Championships last year in Bergen in Norway. Possibly looking to try and make up for that on a continental stage here. And he's running very nicely at this stage. Starting to put a bit of distance between himself and Tekal. There's a good 10 meters between it, Monteiro and the Turk, and then probably about another 4 meters back to the Playas de Castellón representative, Alejandro Ortuño. A little bit of a surprise to see Ortuño drifting back at this stage. Tekal, after that bit of drama at the first water jump, has got himself back and recovered. Also, it might be a bit uncomfortable. He would certainly have got a bit fresher. And this is the sort of conditions where even over 3,000 meters easily start to overheat. So 3 laps to go. Keep an eye on the clock when they get hot down towards the end of the back straight, as that'll be 2 kilometers completed. Chanachi making his second attempt at 5:10. Oh, goes clear. Well done. Stays in the competition. I do apologise, it was his 3rd attempt. So, Monteiro going through 2 kilometres in unofficially around 5:49. Fortunately, we're not getting splits on our monitors. He's doing a good job here, and he's putting a lot of distance. It's now a good 20-25 metres back to Tekal in 2nd place. But behind him, Ortuño is closing on the Turk. Well, you can see on the long shot there, Ortuño and Playas de Castellón starting to close as back markers are being lapped. He's looking very confident indeed. He's going to come round and hear the bell when he enters the... See 1 lap to go and then hear the bell when he comes into the home straight. So running very comfortably at this stage, 500 metres to go, and looking very calm and comfortable and collected. And he's kept going, he's focused. This has turned into a bit of a time trial. Stuttering slightly, well, inevitably getting a little bit tired. He's having to do all the work on his own. No pacing, nobody around him. 7:36 at the bell. But it needs something in the region of a 60-second last lap for a personal best. But he looks as though he's just tiring slightly, just seeing his hands there waving around, shaking out the lactic. But he's done a cracking job, Leandro Monteiro. It's his first steeplechase of the year. He's had a couple of other outings, but he's picked his moment to make his debut. And he's wearing the green and white hoop stripes of Sporting Club de Portugal. Perhaps the most famous member of the club, Carlos Lopez, the 1984 Olympic marathon champion. And Monteiro over the last barrier safely. And he's got 11 points in his sight. Knows that a personal best was just out of his grasp. Manages to wave to the crowd and comes home in unofficially 8:48.75. Well, coming through really strongly on the last lap. Didn't see much of it, what was going on behind him, but Wilson Marquez from Enterprise came through to take second. A very solid performance from the Italian, who, as I say, had got 3,000 meters in his legs from yesterday. But all the attention really on Monteiro. Wilson Marquez, 8:55. Tekel also getting in under 9 minutes.
Melody Coffee. Por Diputación Valencia Club de Atletismo salta Evelyn Yankee.
So Andreas Sales
for Slavia Bratislava.
applies the Castellón hammer thrower.
Tupa Danismath.
19 years of age. Will be eligible for next year's European Under-23 Championships, which will be held in Bydgoszcz in Poland, and the next one after that.
Diane van Kriegen for Vuxtes for Club Prince Hendrik.
So this is the long jump lineup. Seeing Leanne van Krieken of Prince Hendrik's.
Gia Reinholm for
Milička Glogovac, Ivana Sveveda.
Frontsova for USK Praga.
It's Kamila Frontosova
For
of
Atletica
Prague.
Brescia will be jumping Veronica Krida.
Veronica Krida.
Luis King for Dundrum South Dublin Athletics.
Louise King, we saw in the hurdles earlier.
Evelise Veiga.
And Evelise Veiga, who was second yesterday in the triple jump. Might well be the favourite for this competition, although we have the very good Valencia athlete Evelyn Yankee also in the field. Jumped in quite late on that presentation. So the real two class acts are Evelyn Yankee from Valencia, 6:79 performer at best, and Evelise Veiga, 6:74, her personal best. Worth a mention as well, Elena Midkova, the Bulgarian, who competes for Players de Castellón. 6:50 performer. 6:50 also to Veronica Krida. Well, Kanachi, he's been busy over the last few minutes. 5:20 for him. Brings the bar down at the first time of asking. So confirmation, Leandro Montero, 8:48.75. Winning by over 7 seconds from the Italian Wilson Marquez, who had a terrific last lap to overhaul both Tecal and Otonio. So this is Melody Coffey. Saw her in action in the triple jump yesterday. Luxembourg record holder in the triple jump. And from one Luxembourg athlete to another.
En el salto con pértiga se prepara Juan Luis Bravo de Faxa Playas de Castellón. Segundo intento sobre 5 metros y 20 centímetros.
Since you mentioned Luxembourg, European Athletics are showing on their YouTube channel live stream of the Small States of Europe Championships, which will be next Saturday. So, Bravo applies to Castellón, coming in, opening high, no problems at 5:20 for Bravo. Did open at 5 meters, and as I say, that was his second attempt. So just trying to keep up with everything that's going on around the field.
Se prepara para su primer intento Evelyn Yankey, la atleta del Diputación Valencia Club Atletismo.
Russia athlete. It's a Grimy in action. No. Evelyn Yankey. Good opener, would put down a real marker. Not sure it's quite what she wanted. The angle's a bit difficult to tell, probably around the 6 meter mark.
Seis metros y 20 centímetros para Evelyn Yankey en el primer intento en su debut en la final de
So 6:20 for Evelyn Yankey.
Femenina.
Solid start.
Now is getting ready Lena Shupikova for Slavia Bratislava in long jump woman final.
Moving along, Lena Shupikova. Another athlete who contested the triple jump yesterday. The Finnish athlete in the hammer. Ada Koppeli. Koppeli
We just saw the first jump of the final for
brings
Forenka Sport Club.
in the 5th round now. Koppeli lying in 5th place with her opener of 61.60. Still leading with her opener, Catherine Jakobsen. It's the men's standings, just 5 events to go. Now 4.5 points between Sporting Club de Portugal and Playas de Castellón and Enca. Harrow very solidly in 4th place, but perhaps too big a gap to make up and get on the podium. This is Manon Beynard of the Prince Hendrik Club, lying in 5th place at the moment with 61.87. As we switch very quickly over Midkova, Bulgarian, spends a lot of her time based in Spain.
And in the ring we have a new final.
Now 33 years of age, Midkova, 6'11".
Lane 8, Tonia Sal for Castellón. In lane 7, Molly Hurricane for Dandram South Dowling Athletic Club. Lane 6 for
So the first of two women's 200 metres. 6 women in this race from the outside. Tonia Sahir of Spora, Molly Horahan, Dundrum South Dublin, Elif Polat, Enka, Lisa Romyan, Prince Hendricks, Yvonne Illich, Krivana Saveda and Nelly Antonen of Jääskeläinen. Well, Enka in a battle for the 3rd place on the podium. Very much the women's overall standings been contested by Sporting Club de Portugal, who've got 164 points, and Valencia 157. Quite a way back then to Players de Castellón with 129 points, but 2.5 points further back is Enka in 4th place at the moment. Enka, of course, won this title the last time it was contested in 2019. So this is Laura Redondo. Just picking up late in the race. Looks like a good start from Horahan. Also coming through Polat, Enka. Polat coming into the home straight in the lead. She's a 23.56 performer at best, and now she's starting to really pull away from the rest of the field. Romyan and Prince Hendricks take 2nd, but there's no doubt at all. And I think that's a personal best for Elif Polat. So a good run from her.
Winning this first leg, Elif Polat for Enka Sport Club in lane 6.
23.42. By my reckoning, that's a personal best for the Turk. It's pretty useful running. I'd like to bet not everybody in the next race will be faster than her. So, Catherine Jacobsen. Jacobsen, 8th at the last World Championships in Tokyo last September. Also made the Olympic final in 2024. Oh, that's an excellent throw. Another one over 70 metres. Has been struggling with fouls after that opener of 70-70. But I think that's an improvement. That'll certainly make it very difficult for anyone to overtake her. There are people who can throw over 70 metres in the field, but on current form, Jacobsen's really laying down the gauntlet. Long jump runner. Praha's Kamila Bronskova. 6:05 performer. So, it's opportunity for a personal best from her. Good competition for her. Number of performers. Well, she's going to be able to target some of the women who are going to be running in the region, or jumping, I should say, in the region of 6:20, 6:30. Personal best for the first 2 women home. Elif Polat, 23.41 confirmed officially. Lisa Romin running a good second half of the race, coming through in 23.98. The shot put winds up with Jessica Jude, the dominant force, 19.11 Veronica Creda. Aruda, good points as well for the Valencia club. Keeps them very solidly in second place. To 14 events, 6 to go. Sporting Club de Portugal, well, starting just to edge away from Valencia. 164 points for Sporting Club de Portugal.
Juan Luis Bravo ha pasado 5.30, el listón subirá a 5
This is
metros
the
y 40 centímetros, serán 2
Dunder South Dublin athlete.
So the height in the pole vault
Louise King, fouls.
goes to 5 meters and 40 centimeters. Only 2
Quickly
jumpers
switching.
left in this final.
Is now in the last round.
We have in the screen the
That
pole
was
vault
Agata Gremi.
results with only 2 athletes left in this pole vault men final.
57.44, very close to a personal best, Gremi. That throw came in the third round, 53.41, the distance you've just seen. So this is Evelise Vega, second in the triple jump yesterday. Oh, foul for her. No, didn't get a run up right.
And we go now with the start list of the 200-meter women.
And wasting no time whatsoever. Onto the
we have Esther
second
Navero,
of the
Paxa Playas de Castellón.
200-meter races.
Lane 7, Gloria Cooper for Atlética Brescia. Lane
We just
6,
saw there Esteban
Lorene
Navarro,
Bazzolo,
Gloria
Sporting Club
Hooper,
de Portugal.
very experienced Italian,
Lane 5,
Lorraine Bazzolo, now
Esperanza
43 years of age, Bazzolo.
Valencia Club
Still
Atletismo.
running extremely well. Esperanza
Lane
Cladera,
4, Nicola Bendova, ESP
Nicola
Praga.
Bendova,
Lane 3, Victoria Korbova,
Victoria
Slavia
Korbova
Bratislava.
of the Bratislava club in lane
And
3,
lane
and on
2,
the inside,
Millie King
Millie King
from
of Harrow.
Athletic Club.
Quickest one, and then Lorraine Bazzolo. 22.61. Sporting Club Portugal athlete in lane 6. Could be under pressure from the likes of Cladera on her inside and Hooper on her outside. As they settle into the blocks, it's King, Korbova, Bendova, Cladera, Bazzolo, Hooper and Navarro. Well, Hooper didn't get the best of starts. On the outside, it's Navarro running well. Coming through very strongly now, Cladera. Cladera now, good lead. Molly King on the inside having a great run as well. Now Hooper starting to claw back the deficit, but it's going to be Cladera of Valencia. Cladera, very close to a personal best. A great run from the 23-year-old Spaniard, just outside her personal best. 22.90 unofficially. Well, the wind has picked up. I'm glancing across. It was 0. It was a bit less earlier, but it's now 2.8 meters per second. Hooper. Well, this is a preferred distance. And the Italian only really got into her running in the second half of the race, and by that stage, Cladera was away to the races, as they like to say. So, Andrea Sales.
En el salto con Primer intento nulo de Juan Luis sobre 5 metros 40 centímetros. Now it's getting ready, Luca Fupanik from OAC.
Only 11th at last year's European Under-20 Championships, perhaps a bit of a disappointment.
5 meters and 40
But certainly has been
centimeters.
working hard over the winter as we see confirmation. Wind assisted 22.89 for Esperanza. Cladera, Gloria Hooper just a couple of strides behind her. So that really does close the gap. Sporting Club de Portugal, 171 points. Valencia, 170 points. So we're going into the last 5 events of the women's competition with a great duel in store between these two powerhouses of European club athletics. Valencia, of course, former winners themselves of this competition, going back to 2014 and 2015.
Her second attempt. 6:30, so she improves the first jump. She continues in the first place for Enca Sports Club. Y es turno en la longitud.
So Laura Redondo finishes her series with 66.34 in second place, but almost 4 meters adrift of the women's hammer leader, Catherine Jakobsen, who unleashed the hammer out to 71.44 in the last round. Cover. Gets a red flag.
And let's see the last attempt for Catherine Jakobsen for Sporting Club de Portugal.
So she's got the 13 points sealed. They're in her grasp. That will certainly aid Sporting Club de Portugal. Laura Redondo confirmed in second place. That means Sporting Club open up a 2-point lead at the top of the women's competition. Now, can she improve? No, it drops short and she walks out. Looking across the infield as Jakobsen walks out, but it was a good signing from Sporting Club, bringing in the Olympic finalist. And she wins. It's throw over 1 meters, 71.44. This is the Savena Savida jumper, Miliška Blogovac. Here, Reinholm. She just takes her time. switch you across. Now the men's pole vault just operating to the rear of the women's long jumpers. So, Gia Reinholm.
We return to the ring for another.
At 5.82 in the opening round. Not happy with that.
We have in lane 7 for Castellón, David Wally.
So now the first of two races in the men's 200 metres. We saw a couple of good races in the women's event. We had Volag on the outside of Luxembourg, Lasse Hamelate of Temperin, Miroslav Mircek of Bratislava, Giovanni De Filippis of Enterprise, and Robert Hayes of Dundrum, South Dublin. Volag on the outside, Luxembourg athlete. Volag disqualified from the 100 metres, but had a great anchor leg in his race for Spora yesterday evening. Not the quickest man in this field though, Miroslav Mircek, just a couple of hundredths quicker on paper. Oleg ran like a man possessed on his anchor leg in the weaker of the two 4x100 metre heats yesterday. So from the inside, Hayes, De Filippis, Marcek, Hamelate and Volag. And Volag is away quickly in the outside lane, out in lane 7, speeding away. Mircek as well, making up ground on Hamelate on his outside. Well, they're going to be 4 abreast coming into the home straight, but now Volag starting to work really hard. Coming through Hamelate very strongly over the final 20-30 metres, but it is the Luxembourg athlete, David Volag. 20.56. Legal wind reading, the wind's dropped 1.2 metres per second. It's 3/10 outside of his personal best, a good run. That makes up for getting disqualified for false starting in the 100 metres yesterday. And useful points for Spora.
Con éxito esos 5 metros y 40 centímetros para colocarse primero en el concurso de pérdida.
Good run in the closing stage of the race from Lasse Hamelate as well. Very close to his personal best, the Finn in second. So Veronica Krida saw her running in the 100 metres hurdles a little bit earlier for the Brescia club, but this is her preferred event. Krida, 24 years of age now, competed in the long jump at various age group championships, as we just looked there, confirmation of both the first race in the men's 200 metres and the women's hammer. Catherine Jakobsen, 71.44, almost 4 metres better than anybody else in the field. Laura Redondo, the Valencia thrower. Multiple Spanish champion Redondo taking second with 67.55. Krida, 6.26, improvement there for her. She's up into second place at the moment. Louise King. Not a competition that's really caught fire just yet. Got Tugba Maz with 6.30 earlier in this second round. Triple jump winner, the only woman to go over 14 metres yesterday, 14.03. There's the standings. Jakobsen's win in the hammer extends Sporting Club's lead to 2 points over Valencia.
She had a fall in the first attempt. Now she's going towards the second attempt.
Evelisa Vega.
Second foul for Evelisa Vega in the long jump woman final.
Second foul for Vega. Now she's in trouble, and there'll be a few fingernails being bitten amongst her sporting club colleagues in the stands, of which there are many. Needs to get a valid mark with the third attempt. She could just play it safe. 8th place at the moment, 5.84. Gia Reinholm, the Finnish athlete. So, start of the third round now. Melody Coffey. That's also what Coffey needs to aim for. It would require her jumping at about 30 centimetres better than the personal best. Less good experience for the athlete from Luxembourg.
We have now in the screen the scores for the female clubs.
We're looking at the foul again for Evelisa Vega.
Team in the scoring. Sporting Club de Portugal,
Yes.
184 points. Second.
Wasn't by much, but it was clear to the naked eye. Centimetre or two.
Third.
Not really any discussion about it.
150
Oh,
points.
Melody Coffey.
Fourth, Inca Sports Club,
A foul for,
143.5
to her
points.
name as well.
Fifth, Atletica Brescia,
So
126.5
her
points.
competition ends. She's in 9th
Sixth,
place and
Harrow Athletic
can't
Club,
progress.
104 points. Prince Hendrik, 7th, with 104 points. 8th, Jyväskylän, Kentu Beliat, 101 points. 9th, USK Brava, 99 points. 10th,
Yankee, Valencia.
87 points.
Red flag for her.
11th, 81 points.
She's in 3rd place at the moment with 620 in the opening round, but has followed that up with 2 fouls.
38 points. And 13th, Cal Spora, 37 points.
But at the moment, most importantly, she's ahead of the sporting athlete. It's very tight in the men's competition as well.
And there we go with the start list of the 2,200 meter men, the second leg.
4.5 points between Sporting Club de Portugal and both players, the Castellón and Enca. And on the outside, it is Batuatan Altintas. Seen Altintas on many occasions as part of the Turkish international relay teams. Emmanuel Esame ran 10.01 yesterday for a cup record. Jaime Sancho of Players de Castellón, Eduard Kulik of Brno, Bosko Kijanovic, Belgrade, and on the inside from Harrow, Jade Williams. Just very quickly looking there. Juan Luis Bravo going clear at 5:50. Bravo on his own in this competition. Might well put it up to a personal best height of 5.62.3. The men's 200 metres. And it's Eseme doing well on the outside, out in lane 7. Eseme now starting to motor. Kubelik and Williams challenging. Looks like Williams got second, but there's no doubt at all. Emmanuel Eseme takes the 200 metres, and he might have just shaved a 100th or so off the cut record, which has been held by Ramil Gulayev since 2019 at the last edition when this event was contested. It's wind assisted though. Just seen the wind reading come up at 2.9 meters per second. What a pity. But it was 100th quicker than the existing cut record if you take the wind out of the equation. This is mid-cover of Pliers. Host club. So very quickly moving along to Liane van Krieken. The blue strip of the Dutch club, Prince Hendrik. 6:26 performer at best.
Third foul for Marta Lisboeta, the jumper of Sporting Club de Portugal in high jump women's
Just to
final.
give you an update on the women's high jump, well, and as I speak, we've seen Marta Lisboeta go out, 3 failures at 176.
Centimeters. Atención a Aitana Alonso, tercer intento sobre 1,73 m.
Well, there's 5 women clear in this competition, but Aitana Alonso has a 3rd attempt at this height as well. It would be so useful for the Valencia club if she was to go clear. No. Oh. Oh dear, the very talented 17-year-old Alonso. I think she'll be a bit disappointed with that. As we switch over. This is Glogovac. Aitana Alonso visibly disappointed, only clearing 173. But there are 5 women who've gone clear. Just catches it with the back of her thighs. Just looks as though she rotated her shoulder into the bar.
65 centímetros. La pértiga ya sabemos.
So in the long jump, this is Louise King. My apologies. It's the Finn, Gia Reinholm. We're in the 4th round now. Laura Alegre on an 81 jumper at best. He's at one side of the stadium, just as we're looking at Reinholm. First attempt at 179, and a good effort, just ever so slightly tickles the bar with her heels. But Alegre gets it. Alegre's had a good competition, just 1 failure at 176. Came in very early at 160, just made sure she got the points for the club.
79 in the high jump women final.
There's a bit of distance between Pliers de Castellón and Valencia and Sporting, but Pliers still want to be on the podium in front of their home crowd. So, Dontsova now down to the final 8. And Veronica Crida next to go.
Getting ready in the long jump women final, Veronica Crida, the jumper of Anita Cabeza, she is second in this long jump woman final with 6.26.
Sina Lala just bringing the bar down. Best of 190. On paper, she's the best woman in the field. Red flag for Veronica Credo. Italian in second place with 6.26. Some good jumpers who are struggling to find their form a little bit this morning. Still being led by Tugba Denizmaz. Denizmaz, first long jump competition of the year. She's a 6.57 jumper. The triple jump yesterday, the former European indoor champion in that event. So it's Louise King. King. More modest jumpers just switching across. That was Denisa Pesova. First time failure at 179. Pesova, you're familiar with from some of the specialist high jump and jumps competitions we've shown on the European Youth Athletics YouTube channel from Central Europe over the years.
First attempts. Here we have her third attempt.
So the women finding this height a bit of a problem. Jovana Delic of Crvena Zvezda also bringing the bar down. That was a second time failure for her. Only Allegre and Busa Savaskan have gone over. Allegre. Looking good for Pliers de Castellón a little bit earlier. So there's Evelise Veiga finally getting a valid jump in. Should be good enough to see her through for 3 further attempts. Bravo. This is Lali. Oh, she brings it down. She's not having a good competition. Oh, I say that. Just waiting. By no means certain that Veiga actually got a valid jump in. There's some discussions over at the long jump pick about whether Veiga has got a valid jump in or not. Can we get some of the long jump in? It's actually very important. Pesova, third woman over in the high jump. But while that's going on, now Veiga arguing the toss with the officials. If she gets a third foul, she's out of the competition, no points for Portugal, and that really does have a critical effect on the overall standings in the women's competition. Well, field referee being brought over. Well, at the moment, it's being given as a foul. It was by no means clear what the infringement was. This Evelise Veiga, she's very aware of how important getting a valid jump is. Oh, I think she's walking away. Let's have a look at it again. Well, there's no problems with taking off from the board. It's looking like the officials are claiming that she might have walked back past her landing mark in the sand, which I can't believe an experienced jumper like Vega
A new race
would do.
in the 5,000 meters one. First we have
Well, she's not very happy at all, but the officials are measuring it, so it's looking as though it could be revised. And as I say, this is critically important. Sporting would have been expecting at least double-figure points here from Vega. She was second in the triple jump yesterday, very much her second event. Even if she didn't win, they'd have been expecting her to finish in the top three. Well, that debate and discussion goes on. In the meantime, we're back on the track with the women's 5,000 meters final. We'll bring you right up to date with how that unfolds. As it stands at the moment, Evelise Vega is out of the competition with 3 fouls, but it is still being discussed, and there is the theodolite in there to actually measure a distance. Vega is in tears, and the drama continues over by the long jump pit. On the far side of the stadium, we have the women's 200 meters. So, field of 11 women. Holly Carroll not starting. We're losing somebody else. I think it might well be just running down the list of clubs. Not quite sure who else is missing. The high jump still continuing on the far side of the stadium as well. But I can tell you, the long jump debate is still not over.
Great jump for Sebastian for Sports Club. Jumping over 182.
So the bar has gone up to 182. Just seen Busa Savaskan go clear. Savaskan, one of the best jumpers in this field at 193. Need to worry too much at this stage about the women's 5,000 meters. It's all being taken out very, very leisurely. The drama's happening in the field. The women's high jump coming to a conclusion. Laura Alegre, there's the Castellón athlete. This would be for a personal best. 1 centimetre improvement on her best, and she was very close indeed. Pretty good effort from Laura Alegre. Well, say again. Okay, here we have that replay. No problems from the takeoff. Vega's happy at this stage. She's walking out of the pit.
See in the screen, we have the final results for the pole vault men's final.
Well, the pit judge has raised the red flag, suggesting that she exited the pit illegally. I have to be honest and say I'd love to see that once or twice again from different angles. It still isn't clear, and the competition is still not progressing. And as I said, this is absolutely vital to the top end of the women's overall competition. Sporting Club at the moment leading the way in the women's competition. But if Vega was to pick up 0 points, that will make a huge difference to the destination. At the moment, Sporting Club 2 points ahead of Valencia. So, Laura Alegre, second attempt. No, not as good as a first attempt. Still 1 attempt remaining though for Alegre. Pesova also got over with her first attempt. So at the moment leading the way at the front for Sporting Club. Sorry, just should say the 5,000 metres. It's Terhas Gebruet who won the 3,000 metres in there for Sporting Club, but leading the way Claudia Corral applies to Castellón. So Laura Allegre just about to get ready for a third attempt in the high jump. Pesova and Sakastan over. So they've just gone through 1 kilometre. 9 laps remaining.
And as you can see on the screen of the track, we have.
And it's still Claudia Corral leading them from the front.
On the glass.
Conditions have got a bit hotter here over the last half an hour. Of course, we are coming up for 12:40 local time. So Claudia Corral in front,
Third position,
tracking her every step. Rosalia Taraga of the Valencia club, comfortably tucked in the pack, perhaps the race favourite. Terhas Gebruet.
Fifth place,
Gebruet.
105.5 points.
8:48 performer over 3,000 metres.
With 98 points.
Good credentials at cross country.
Slavia Bratislava with 89 points. 8th position, Enterprise Sports and Service, 77.5 points. 9th place for Tampere.
Never represented Ethiopia in a major competition, but here running for Players de Castellón.
And 11th place for Calspora.
I should say Sporting Club de Portugal. I do apologise. So, Laura Allegre failed a third attempt. The bar has gone up to 184. Usa Sevaskan, flawless apart from a failure at her opening height at 173. And Denisa Pesova of the Praha club, the only 2 women in contention. Sevaskan bringing the bar down at the first time of asking. It's still Claudia Corral leading them from the front. So going through 2 kilometres in 6:50.74. It looks as though we have finally resolved the situation in the long jump. Long jump is now progressing. And Evelisa Vega has been given a mark of 5:81, which puts her in 9th place. Means she only gets 4 points for Sporting. So that's a big drop in the expected points for Sporting. Looking for 13, and if not for winning, then at least double figures. So the leading pack, 6.5 laps still to go. Pack taking it fairly comfortably, still 7 women in contention.
Second foul over 184 for Buse Savaskan.
Savaskan just failing
She will have
for a second attempt.
left.
Sova going clear.
And now we are going with the start list of the javelin throw men. We are throwing Gilles
Still Claudia
Seviasek
Corral
for
leading
VSK
the way.
Callum Taylor
In the
for
field, the
Harrow
men's
Athletic
javelin
Club.
just about to start.
Killian Brady
Just
for
looking here at
Dundrum
Callum
South
Taylor of
Dublin.
Harrow. Killian Brady,
Ilya
Dundrum South Dublin.
Milenkovic for OAK Beograd.
Ilya Milenkovic
Jeremy Kirsch for
of
Carlos
Beograd.
Spora.
Jeremy Kirsch of Spora.
Marquez for Faxa
Favourite,
Players
Rafael
de Castellón.
Marquez, European under-20 champion last year.
Sporting Club de Portugal. Vito
Vito Nazar of Sporting Club, Vito Encaturo,
Henry
Enterprise, Henry
for Temple
Cornan
Pinto.
of Tampere,
Rashid
Mohamed Calafat
for
of
Enka
Enka,
Sport Club.
and
And
Jaka
Habib Kromada for
Ramada
Slavia
of the
Bratislava.
Bratislava club, completing the 11-man lineup.
The javelin men final, the next event in the track.
Still the diminutive Claudia Carroll leading the way, better known as a steeplechaser. It's her first 5,000 of the year. Ran a personal best of 9:53 over the barriers on this very track just a week ago, so in good shape. Well, after all the discussions about the correct measurement for Evelise Vega, competition moves on. It's the turn of Kamila Frontsova. 8:12 in the third round for Frontsova. She's on the run up now. Lying down in 6th place. Both Gia Reinholm and Miliška Blogovac improved in the 4th round, jumping 5.92 and 5.89 respectively to switch positions. Serbian now in 8th place, Reinholm the Finn in 7th place. So, first of the 6 metre plus jumpers. Frontsakova. The white flag. $5.95 for Frontsakova. Taylor on the right-hand side of your screen, just getting ready to throw for Harrow. 68-metre man at best. Mahiquez, as I said, perhaps the favourite.
Getting ready for the first attempt, Harrow Athletic Club in the javelin men final. And 3 turns left for the 5,000-meter woman final.
Well, it's now Tirhaz Gebrawet moving to the front. He's timed her move very cleverly, coming into the last kilometre now.
Atención al pasillo de longitud Es turno para el cuarto intento.
So Gebruet,
Milena Mikova, de
4:09
Faxa Playas de
performer.
Castellón, es quinta en la provisional.
Over 1,500 metres, so she's got a bit of speed as well. Mid-cover for Pliers. Mid-cover 6:18 in the last round. Good height on that jump. Not much of a leg shoot.
Followed by Miriam Agag for Enca Sport Club and third Rosalía Tarragá for Diputación Valencia Club.
So Mariam Akdag following Tejas Gebruet.
Al pasillo de longitud porque Milena Mikova con 6:29 se acaba
So
de
just over
colocar
600 metres to go.
del Faxa Playas de Castellón y es turno para
For the sporting runner, Tejas Gebruet and her Turkish rival, Mariam Akdag.
Cuarta provisional. Cuarto intento para ella.
Third and final attempt for Busa Savaskan to stay in this competition. She's assured of second place. Enka assured of 12 points. Denisa Pesova having gone clear at this height. Third and final attempt at 184. So we just look at Tejas Gebruet start to go clear of her Turkish rival. No. So Busa Savaskan having to settle for second place for Enka, and at the moment, as she's coming in, she's going to hear the bell in about 80 metres time, and Tejas Gebruet has really poured it on over the course of this last two laps. 16:19 unofficially, probably a bit quicker. Agdag coming through, and then Claudia Corral, who led the race for a long period, coming through for third for Pliers de Castellón. Agdag, now 33 years of age, former European cross-country silver medalist back in 2016. Had no answer when Tejas Gebruet went through the gears. So this is Rafael Majiquez.
Y ha abierto el concurso de jabalina el atleta del Faxa Playas de Castellón con un lanzamiento de 65-40.
Deconstructing his effort.
Provisional de la prueba.
Fairly modest by his own standards, just over 65 metres, I think. Just looking out over the infield.
As well in the long jump runway, we have Tukpa Danismath in his next attempt.
Probably plenty more still in the tank for the reigning European under-20 champion. As we now look at Pliers' Ilidio Nazare. It's a red flag. Not happy with that. This is Vito Catalupo. Rather slow run up indeed. I've just looked down and seen that his personal best is just over 20 metres, so very much getting a point for Enterprise. Pesova, first time failure at 1m86. Confirmation of the men's pole vault result. Juan Luis Bravo from Players de Castellón taking maximum points. Luka Zupanic, Slovenian, competing for Crevana Cerveda. So the men's standings, Sporting Club de Portugal, 163 points, still very tight for second and third. Enca and Players de Castellón with 159.5 points, but it is Players in second place at the moment. This is in the Finn. Henry Korhonen, Finland. I don't need to tell you what a fantastic tradition they have over the years in the javelin. This man, 66 metres is best. Mahikes, the only man over 70 metres in the field in terms of lifetime best. Mahikes, 77.60.
Female clubs are currently in the congregation.
So Korhonen,
First place is Sporting Club de Portugal with 197 points. Second place for the Población Palestina
just over 54 metres.
with 192 points.
54.18 for Korhonen. Now, Pesova, third and final attempt.
161 points. Fourth place,
So a third time failure at 1m86
155.5 points.
brings the women's high jump competition to a conclusion.
135.5 points.
Maximum points going to
Sixth
the
place, Buxtes
club
Club
from the Czech capital,
with 112 points.
USK
Seventh
Praha.
place for Harrow Athletic Club, 110
Busa
points.
Saviskan
Eighth place
taking
for
the
Juventus
second place for
Club
Enca,
with
and third goes to Players
105
Castellóns.
points. With 99 points, we have USK Praha
Laura.
in 9th position. 10th position for Slavia Bratislava with 94 points. 11th, Cervena Zvezda.
Just to correct
86
myself,
points.
yes.
12th
Laura
place
Allegre.
for Dundrum South Dublin Athletics Club with 48 points. And
The Enca
13th
javelin thrower,
place for Karlspora,
Calafat.
40 points.
G62 metres. High jump, I should say, progresses. This is Van Krieken, proved in the last round, the fourth round, 6.19. Competition still being led by Tugba Danizmaz of Enca, former European indoor triple jump champion. 6.30. There's not much to choose. And Krieken, fifth place at the moment with 6.19. She looks pleased with that.
For Slavia Bratislava, Martin Sadko. For OAK Beograd,
Just waiting to see
Manja
whether that's
Silva.
an improvement. Oh, it is.
Jockeys for Enterprise Sport.
That's a personal best for the Dutch athlete, 6.38. So she takes first place, and it's a personal best by 12 centimetres from Van Krieken. Having the best competition of her life, the Prince Hendrik athlete. Well, Prince Hendrik been scoring solidly, but there hasn't really been much to celebrate. There will be tonight. So now the men's 3,000 metres. And Rodrigue Quizera, two-time European clubs cross-country champion. Burundian, domiciled in Spain for many years. By far and away the quickest man in this field with 7.49 to his name. So Mitkova He's been pushed back one place.
Vamos a esperar a la medición del salto válido de Milena Mitkova en su quinto
That's
intento.
6:29 in the previous round. 11 men in this men's 3,000 metres final. I think it's going to be very much a question of who can challenge Rodrigo Quizera. Quizera, good credentials on the track as well, over 5,000 and 10,000 metres. If anything, this is actually a little bit short for him, but he's very talented over distances once you get beyond about 3,000 metres. Earlier this year, just up the road in Oropesa del Mar, Quizera won the European Clubs Cross Country for the second time, and having won it back in 2024 as well. Been to a couple of World Cross Country Championships. Finished 7th in the 2023 World Championships in Budapest, over 25 laps of the track. This is just 7.5, but it is Quizera who goes straight to the front. I think he's decided, let's just tear the guts out of the field. He's looked down the start list. He's realised there's only a couple of other men with times under 8 minutes, and he's just going to lay down the gauntlet and make this hard for everybody. This isn't going to be a complete procession unlike the women's 5,000 metres a short while ago. So Quizera, very widely liked, has been desperate to try and get a Spanish passport for many years, has been living in Spain for almost a decade. Now 26 years of age. So following him, Enkratli, Ramazan Bastug, 8:04 man really. So, Tukba Danizmas just seen herself knocked out of first place, which she's occupied since the end of the first round. By Leanne Van Krieken. Van Krieken adding 12 centimetres onto her personal best. How can Danizmas respond? She's a top quality championship contender. And that looks like a good jump from Danizmas. 6:22 and 6:30 in the first two rounds, followed by 2 fouls. Well, first kilometre relatively slow in 2:54. It looks a bit quicker in the first lap or so, but they've now settled down.
Looking now towards the
This will get quicker in the closing stages. On course for something like 8:30, I would imagine. Thought we were going to get closer to 8 minutes, so we may still yet. Up on his shoulder, good Portuguese athlete, Jose Carlos Pinto.
Jeremy Kiss for Karlspora in the javelin men final.
Jeremy Kirsch, the Spora athlete, in action on the right-hand side of your screen. Well, that is Maz, I can bring you up to date. Responded admirably with 6:48 to recapture the lead. Long way to go to the cut record of 7:01, set by the Russian Tatiana Kotova in Lisbon back in 2002. Nevertheless, good jump from Danizmas. Quizera's kicked. He's put in an injection of pace. With 3.5 laps to go. It's still Quizera, Pinto,
La prueba, Rodrigo
And the anchor athlete, Bastug, tracking him. 3 men now.
A falta de cerca de 3 vueltas.
Paul O'Connell, who we saw doing so well in the 5,000 metres, the marathon man, 2:09 earlier this year in the marathon, just getting detached from that leading trio with 3 laps to go, 1,200 metres. But O'Donnell still doing well for a man who doesn't compete that often on the track these days. Looking to compete in the marathon at the European Championships later on in the year, which will be on the European Athletics YouTube channel and other digital platforms. So Nazar for Sporting Club de Portugal. That's better for Nazar, that's over 60 metres. But it's still Quizera at the front, working really hard, trying to drop Pinto and Bastug. It's raced down to 3 men with just 2 laps to go. A little nudge in the back from Pinto to Bastug as he goes past him, just to make sure there's a clear distance, no tripping up.
And 2 turns.
We're in the final round of the women's long jump as well. That's a foul for Glogovac. She finishes in 8th place.
With him, Ramachan Bastug for Eka Sports Club and Jose Carlos Pinto for Sporting Club de
Serbia
Portugal.
gets 6 points for her club. And this is really starting to become a thrilling finale in this 3,000 metres. 500 metres to go as they enter the home straight for the penultimate time. Pinto now moving onto the shoulder and past Quizera. Quizera for the first time starting to look a little bit tired, but he's got the strength. He's so experienced over longer distances on the cross-country circuit in Spain and around Southern Europe. Bustag going past him as well. But it's Pinto. Pinto trying to pull away from the Turk Bustag. Rodrigue now starting to look a little bit tired, a little bit short of speed. And Pinto's gone through the gears with 250 metres to go. He's pulling away now. Pinto's entering the bend for the last time. He can sense victory. He timed his attack to perfection. And Jose Carlos Pinto looks as though he's running away. Yes, he's milking the applause from the crowd. And it's going to be Jose Carlos Pinto taking 13 points for Sporting Club de Portugal. Rodrigue Quizera, who made it an honest race from the outset, comes through for second. Players de Castellón taking 12 points. And Ramazan Bustig of Enka, the 3 main clubs at the top of the standings. Bustig comes home for third. 8:02.73. A pretty decent race, all things considered. I wasn't necessarily expecting anything as quick as that, but it was Rodrigue Quizera who made it such an honest race over the first 5 laps. Not that far out of the cut record. 7:51 by Bruce Silva, who I mentioned a little bit earlier as the father of Patricia Silva, winning for Sporting Club de Portugal as well 22 years ago. So this is Frontsova. 6:12 in the 3rd round for the USK Praha club from the Czech capital. Just watching Ramada of Bratislava switching back now to the women's long jump. Brontsova, last jump. Not sure that's an improvement from her. She's got 8 points secure for her club. As though it's just over 6 meters. Looking across, I can see 6:02. So, confirmation of the men's 3,000 meters results. Pinto Cruzeiro Bustag for Sporting, Players de Castellón and Enca. They're the top 3.
Final with 6:26. Last
So, Veronica Crida. 5th place at the moment with 6:26. Points for a club as well in the hurdles earlier. Powell. So it's Callum Taylor.
Es turno para la atleta del Faxa Playas de Castellón, Milena Mitkova. Es cuarta.
Third round for Taylor. In 5th place at the moment with 62 meters exactly in his opener. Now Mitkova for Players de Castellón. Getting the rhythmic clapping of the crowd. You know what a tight contest this is in the women's event. Oh, groans. I know that was a foul. Still good result for Mitkova.
Acaba cuarta esta final de longitud y es turno para la atleta del Diputación Valencia Club Atletismo, Evelyn Yankee. Tiene 6 metros y 30 centímetros, es tercera provisional.
Mitkova finishes with a foul, finishes in 4th place with 6:29. Best result of 2026 so far. Now into the top 3. This is Evelyn Yankee. Well, she improved in the last round to 6 meters 30. She's behind Van Krieken in 2nd place with 6:38, that personal best for the Dutch athlete. And Tukba Denizmaz, 6:48. That's a good effort from Yankee. She's finishing with a flourish. Valencia will make up a lot of points on Sporting Club. As it stands at the moment. Oh.
6:38 for Evelyn Yankee. 6:38
Yankee,
se coloca segunda.
6:38. And on countback, she overtakes, for the moment, Leanne Van Krieken.
Que es la atleta que está a punto de saltar.
That means Van Krieken has to jump 6:31 or better to reclaim 2nd place. She'd overtake Yankee on the basis of 2nd best jumps. Another big personal best might have been beyond her. Though Van Krieken, don't think that's in the 6:30 range. It's confirmation of the results from the men's 200 meters. Wind aided 20:31 for Emmanuel Eseme for Sporting Club. So after 18 events, Sporting Club have got a 4.5 points advantage in the men's events, 173 points. Players de Castellón 2nd with 168.5.
Let's see.
So Van Krieken, 5.92, it's confirmed, so she stays in third place. That means Tuba Danizmas picks up her second win of this European Champion Clubs Cup for Enka, the Istanbul-based club, having won the triple jump yesterday. She's got 13 points. Very close to the board. 6.48, one of her best jumps ever for Danizmas. Personal best of 6.57. She's better known as a triple jumper, of course. Does also mean Evelyn Yankee in second with 6.38 makes up no less than 7 points on Sporting Club de Portugal. As the results of the women's 5,000 metres, Gebriouette of Sporting 16.15. And Miriam Akdag of Enka taking second. Claudia Corral of Pliers de Castellón third. Denisa Pesova, it's a rare win this weekend for USK Praha with 184, the only one clear at that height. Busa Saviskan, Enka 182, and Laura Legre 179. Very close to possibly to a personal best, but just failing at 182. Standings. Well, the women's standings at the moment, as you saw there, with Sporting Club 204 points, 4 ahead of Valencia, but that will change around after the long jump standings are factored in. I think they've had time to factor in the long jump standings at the moment.
Henry Coronel getting ready to throw for Tamparin Pininto. Improving the 54.18.
So just a handful of events still to go. Just the javelin still to be concluded in the field.
In the third attempt for him, 55.57.
Just the men's and women's 4x400 metres relays on the track.
He is fourth with 62.55.
Just waiting now for the final events on the track.
And as you can see in the track screen, the actual points of the teams before the 4x400 meters relay. In first position, Sporting Clube de Portugal, 200
Just getting
points.
ready for the first
Second
of
place,
two
Diputación
races in the
Valenciana
women's
Club,
4x400 metres.
Third place, Playas de Castellón, 172 points. Fourth place, Enca Sport Club, 167.5 points. Fifth place, Atlética Brescia, 141.5 points. Sixth place, Juvasculan Kenda Orgelia with 115 points. Seventh place, Buxted Sport Club Prince Hendrik with 115 points as well. Eighth place, Harrow Athletic Club with 114.5 points. Ninth place, USK Brava, 112 points. 10th place, Atleski Club Cervena Zvezda, 95 points. As well with 95 points, Slavia Bratislava in 11th place. 12th place, Dandran South Dublin Athletics Club, 50 points. And 13th place, Calspora, 44.5 points. And we are going with the first leg of the last event for the women, the 4x400 meters relay. In lane 8, we have Dandran South Dublin Athletics. Lane 7, Club Brava. Lane 6 for Cervena Zvezda. Lane 5 for Harrow Athletic Club. Lane 4 for Slavia Bratislava. And lane 3, Cal Spora. This is the first leg of the 4x400 meters relay. And before this race start, we have a change in the position of the girls. Now in first place is Diputación Valencia Club Atletismo with 212 points, and in second place Sporting Clube de Portugal with 204 points.
Yes. Yes, apologies. So, the lineups from the outside. Dundrum South Dublin, Horahan Doherty, O'Reilly Quick. USK Praha, Suchanova, Petroskova, Bendavova, Holobrova. On their inside in lane 6, Krivana Sveda, Bogdanovic, Petkovic, Vukovic and Kopanovic. Harrow from London in lane 5, McCann, Vidic, Willis and King. Just switch across to the javelin now. Korhonen of Tamparin. Drops down short. It's completing the lineup in the women's race. Bratislava in lane 4. Svekova, Pindorova, Strashova and Lubalin. And then on the inside, Spora from Luxembourg. Lefebvre, Yaramenko, Dollendorf and Chacon. These are the teams that were in positions 8 to 13 an hour ago. That's the way the seeding works in these last two races of the women's event. No, we just briefly switched to a foul. Finn in 7th place. Athletics fans will know that the stagger in the 4x400 metres doesn't start to unravel until start of the second lap. At the moment doing well. Marcela Suchankova of Prague being challenged on the outside by Horahan of Dublin. A good changeover from Suchankova to Petrashkova. And it's the Czechs going to be heading into the break in the lead. Battling for second place. Coming through strongly, it's Harrow at the moment, but the Czechs well away at this stage. And Veronika Petrashkova running a very good second leg. Petrashkova coming into the home straight. A clear lead for the Czechs. So it is Harrow who hand over first. Vidic to Meg Willis. Czechs chasing them. Baton in the hand of Esther Bendova. Bendova starting to close down on Willis. Bendova now getting right up on the shoulder. 200 metres into this third leg. It's a real battle. And the Irish, Dundrum South Dublin doing well. Molly O'Reilly having a terrific third leg. So it's Esther Bendova starting to pull away, but O'Reilly is getting right there. She's finishing with a flourish, the Irish woman. And it's going to be Dundrum South Dublin who take over on the final change in the lead. Evelyn Quick. I love that family name. How appropriate for a sprinter. So it's Quick for Dundrum South Dublin in the lead. Holubarova closing the gap though, getting up there. This is going to be a terrific battle over the final 200 metres. Harrow now starting to drift back. Millie King starting to struggle a little bit. And now coming up on the shoulder of Quick, Holubarova. This is classic 4x400 metre relay tactics. Millie King finishing fast though. She looked as though she were dead and buried. Well, the verdict goes to USK Praha with Holubarova and a superb final leg from the Czech athlete. But the fast finishing Millie King brought Harrow through to second place in that race. And I'm not too sure that all the teams in the next race, which is ostensibly the quicker race, will be able to go as quickly as the 3:38.52 that's just been clocked by USK Prague. Well, it's the penultimate women's race on the track. And if the last one, the main race in the women's 4x400 metres, is half as good as that, it's going to be a terrific finale to this women's competition.
Atención al pasillo de lanzamiento de jabalina, turno para Rafa Máiquez, atleta del Faxa Playas de Castellón, cuarto intento para él, es líder provisional
So in
con
the meantime, men's
68-57.
javelin still continues. Rafael Majiquez, the European under-20 champion, on the runway. Leads with 68.57. But it's close behind him. There's two men over 67 metres.
Y atención al lanzamiento largo de Rafa
Wasn't
Máiquez,
quite
esperando
hitting
a la
his top
medición.
form. I think he knows that he's not quite getting the right angle of release, and it's dipping just a little bit too early as we see the highlights of that first race in the women's 4x100, 4x400 metres.
70-76, supera ya la barrera de los 70 metros y es más líder todavía en la final masculina del
Well, this was
lanzamiento de jabalina.
midway through the race, Harrow. It's the second changeover. It's the closing stages of that race.
Now he's getting ready for
They both go round Millie King, but Millie King fights back.
attempt Jeremy Kears for Cal Spora. Is 8th with 54.52.
And what a terrific finale to that race. Millie King finishing fast, but can't quite overhaul Veronika Polubanova. Well, after 19 events, Valencia have 212 points. Sporting Club de Portugal, 204.
Is getting ready now. Henry Coronen for Tampere Pinto.
Would require a disaster for Valencia
57.
not to come out on top, but, well, the 4x400 metres is an event full of drama. So, Korhonen, 5th round now, 7th place. Just over 55 metres, close to 60 metres. I think that's an improvement for him. Well, see the standings. Playas de Castellón at the moment holding off Enka for 3rd place on the podium. And then some way back to Brescia in 5th place. So it looks as though the first two are decided. Who's going to occupy the top rung on the podium, though, is still very much open to debate, although Valencia certainly do have the advantage. And then it's a real battle between Playas de Castellón and Enka for that 3rd place position on the podium.
Throwing for Oak Beograd.
So 59-11, big improvement in this competition from Korhonen, but it doesn't move him up any more places. So Ilya Milenkovic, 59.88, probably biting his nails, wondering whether he was going to be overtaken after that last throw from the Finn Korhonen. I don't think that's as good as his 3rd round effort of 59.88.
The javelin now.
57.40.
Callum Taylor. Is 5th with 62 meters.
Now we get into the big guns in this competition. So Callum Taylor down in 5th place at the moment with 62 metres. He's up next. Mohamed Razak Kalafat of Enka seemed a little bit confused about the order. So Callum Taylor around the 60-metre mark. Don't think that's an improvement for Taylor.
And we're getting ready now for the start list for 400-meter relay. Women, the second leg.
So now we switch over to the track, getting ready for the second leg
Lane 7
of the women's 4x400 meters.
Lane 6, Enca Sports Club. Lane 5, Sporting Club de Portugal. Lane 4, Playas de Castellón.
In the outside lane, Brescia. On their inside, Valencia. Enca. Sporting Club de Portugal. Playas de Castellón. Prince Hendrik. And on the inside in lane 2, Jyväskylä from Finland.
Last event of the European Champions Club Cup in the women's final.
Valencia currently with an 8-point advantage. Really is just a question of running steadily, getting the baton round, no heroics. And the Valencia club could well take the European Champions Clubs title just about an hour away from their base. From the inside of the opening legs, Jyväskylä's Nelly Antonen, Prince Hendricks, Jessica Sluta, Ria March goes for Castellón, Karina Pereira, Enca have Duru Cadanli, Valencia, Carla Garcia, and on the outside, Brescia, Silvia Mileto. Goes the women carrying the baton on this opening leg. As mentioned, stagger doesn't unravel till after the first bend on the second leg. At the moment, running well on the outside, it's Brescia's Silvia Mileto. Also, Enca's Hadanali had a good run as well. It's Enca and on their inside, Sporting Club de Portugal at the moment, who are leading the way.
Leading the race.
Valencia in third place at the moment, and that'll do Valencia if they can stay in third.
Now leading Sporting Club de Portugal.
A really extravagant charge. Andrea Boomer and Prince Hendrik. Still Sporting Club in front with Juliana Guerrero. Late charge from Carmen Aviles. Sorry. Berta Baranjeno. So at the moment it's Sporting Brescia. Looks like Enca at the moment in third place. Still Sporting doing a really good job up front. Clara Martina. Keep very composed, the Sporting athlete. Certainly fighting to the last, the Portuguese. Valencia drifting back to fifth place at the moment. Still going to be enough points. Oh. Enca and Playas de Castellón getting tangled up.
Leading
Well, it is into the last leg. Sofia Lavrashina. Lavrashina had such a good 200 metres. And she's got the bit between her teeth now. There's about 3 metres between her and Enka's. Say, players Castellón's Anita Enaruna. Enka's in third at the moment with Zaina Oscara. Brescia still in the battle. But it's Valencia. We're just keeping the eyes on Valencia. Valencia in 5th place at the moment, and that'll be enough for them. But it's Lavrashina who's coming down the home straight. Really good run. More of a 200-metre specialist, but she's got talent over 1 lap of the track. Sofia Lavrashina brings home Sporting Club de Portugal in 1st place. But I don't think it's going to be enough to give them the title. 3:33.16. So a good run from Sporting from start to finish. Sporting, of course, took the women's title in 2016 and 2018. Does look, and I didn't see any flags, as though the women's title is going to be regained by Valencia, who were the women's champions in 2014 and 2015. So subject to confirmation, Valencia complete their hat-trick of European Champions Club titles. Well, there was certainly contact there between the Players and the Estian last leg runners. Skara and Enaruna. I don't think there's going to be enough for anybody to worry about. Lavrashina, very impressive run from her. Big hugs all round, a good way to finish. So 3:33.16 for Sporting Club. Brescia finishing fast, just edging out Players de Castellón out of 2nd place. Castellón, the host club, in 3rd. And Valencia came through with a late charge to take 4th place. And I'm sure that means that Valencia are the 2026 Women's Champions at the European Champions Club Cup. 222 points, winning by 5 points from Sporting Club de Portugal. There's the full lineup. And if you want to check on all the results, go to the European Athletics website. There's a link on the homepage. It's all there.
13th, Cal Spora with 50.5 points. 12th, Dundrum South Domain Athletics Club, 59 points. 11th,
Confirm the Players de Castellón will take the 3rd place on the podium. The host club just edging out Enka
106 points.
by 3.5 points.
9th, Harrow Athletic Club, 121.5 points.
Still the javelin going on. We're in the 5th round now.
124 points. 7th,
One throw to note so far. We're coming up for the final throws. Henry Korhonen sent his implement out to 63.44. That's moved him up into 4th place.
162.5 points. 4th,
But there's still
Inca Sports Club,
5 throwers to throw.
189.5 points. And in podium places, bronze medal for Players, Paxa Players de Castellón, 193 points. 2nd, and silver medal for Sporting Club de Portugal, 217 points. And the Europe Champion, Diputación
So now-
Valencia, Club Atletismo, 222 points. El Diputación de Valencia, Club de
Well,
Atletismo,
javelin coming to a quick
segundo
conclusion.
campeón de la Copa de Europa de Clubes
It will just very
2016.
slightly overlap with the men's 4x400 metres, the first race at least.
Please, the athletes, please go to the mixed zone. Por favor, las atletas representantes de los clubes del podio, por favor, que acudan a la zona mixta.
So Callum Taylor finished with 63.42. Best throw of his series. Stays in 5th place. Just 2 centimetres shy of the man in 4th, Kohanen. This is now Jiri Sedlacek being pushed down to 6th place over the course of the last 2 rounds. Best of 63.32, Sedlacek, who just saw finishing his series. 59.15, I can confirm, for the Czech thrower from Brno. As we look at the lineups for the penultimate event, I should say penultimate race, it is the very last event of this weekend. The men's 4x400 metres. So on the outside, it's the Enterprise Quartet of De Filippis, Gargiola, Mabut and Mohamed Soudassi. Looking now at Iliro Nazare, 67.45. No, that's going to be no improvement. So he remains in 3rd place. Well, Mejiquez improved in the last round to 70.76. Switch back to the track.
And we get back to the ring for the first leg of the 4x400 meters relay men. Last event of Women's European Champion Club Scout.
See Mejiquez there, just prowling around the perimeter on the far side of the stadium.
Lane 6 is for
So,
Dundrum
De
South
Filippis,
Dublin,
Gargiola, Mabut and Soudassi for Enterprise.
Lane
Dundrum
5
South
last,
Dublin getting
Slavic
raucous support.
Bratislava.
That's Hayes, Bosch, his brother, Robert Hayes, and
Lane 4
Morgan.
for Tampere and Pinto.
Bratislava in blue, Beledic,
And
Bielchik,
lane 3 of
Spasia
this first
and
leg,
Pavlik.
Cal Spora.
Tamperin, Raitala, Lino Zutara and Highland. And Spora, just seen there, Ben Goldschmidt, and he'll be handing over to Bachiste, Volig and Lassine. 3rd runner there, Nicholas Volig. Brother of David Volig, who we've been seeing in action in the sprints and the 4x100 metres. Well, Enterprise, very solid outfit. On paper, I think they should be head and shoulders above the rest. As I say, the seedings decided by the team standings an hour before the last event. Enterprise have got a good quartet in there. Probably, it's done on paper, might deserve a place in the, let's just call it the A race. And De Filippis is indeed getting away very quickly indeed. So too on his inside, Andrew Hayes of Dundrum, South Dublin. Good start from the 2 men in the outside lanes. Some distance between the 3 in the outside lanes and the Finnish and Luxembourg teams from Tampere and Spora. Well, sometimes deceptive, but it looks to me as though De Filippi's is leading the way at the changeover. There's always a long run in, and the Italians are the first to hand over, but then it's very equal between Dundrum South Dublin and Bratislava. Now they've bunched up, and it is David Bosch of Dundrum South Dublin who's taken the lead. The grey and diagonal stripes of Dublin, very easy to spot. Enterprise hanging on in there. Gagiolo trying not to lose too much ground on Bosch. Belic also having a good run for Bratislava in third place at the moment, but it's the Irish who are going to hand over in first place. David Bosch hands over, comfortable lead to Robert Hayes. But Enterprise have got Masmouboub. Can he eat into the lead that Robert Hayes has got? And the Italian is noticeably closing, and closing almost with every stride on Hayes down the back straight. Has he put too much effort in the first half of this race? He's right up on the shoulder now. It's Ireland on the inside, Italy on the outside, Dundrum South Dublin and Enterprise Sport and Service. And now pulling away, Robert Hayes still hanging on in there, Masmouboub. But Enterprise have got a sub-47 man on the last leg, Mohamed Soudassi. Took a huge slice out of his personal best yesterday. And Soudassi now starting to close down the back straight, 250 metres to go. Soudassi's ran a very quick opening 200 metres. Jack Morrigan now starting to struggle to tire. He's tensing up, but Soudassi showing the form that took him to a big win yesterday in the B race and a big personal best. He's come here in good shape, and it is the Italians from Enterprise Sport and Service who take the win. 3:12.52 unofficially for the Italian club. Well, I'm going to follow the career of Mohamed Soudassi closely because I was very impressed with him yesterday, and that impression continues to linger after that last leg in the men's 400 metres. Just a reminder though, this isn't the final, it is just the first of two races. But 3:12.52, I don't think there's going to be many teams in the A race who are going to run that much faster. As we look at the highlights of that race, well, in the end, Jack Morrigan ran his heart out over the first 300 metres, but had nothing left when it came to the finale. This is the third leg at the moment. This is Masmouboub, who got up with Robert Hayes, then had to give best. And this is the final leg. What a terrific run from Mohamed Soudassi. I'll be looking forward to seeing whether he can make that next step up and be part of Italian teams at major championships. He's not quite there yet, but he's not far away. So Enterprise Sport and Service confirmed, 3:12.52 win for them. Dundrum South Dublin, 3:16.83. Convincing win for Enterprise in the end. There's the javelin results. Didn't see much of the sharp end of the final round, but Rafael Majiquez Another throw over 70 metres in the final round, 70-54, and wins with his fifth round at 70-79. Last three throws all over 70 metres, the only man over 70 metres. There's the men's standings. Sporting Club de Portugal, only 2.5 points ahead of Playas de Castellón, and then another 2 points back to Enca. All to play with as we go into the very last race of this 2026 European Champions Club Cup. The home stand now along the straight is absolutely packed. There isn't a spare seat. What more could you ask for at the end of 2 days of competition? A thrilling finale. By Sporting Club officials. Sporting Club have got a very useful quartet. I have to say, on paper they might well be favourites for this race, and that would clinch the title. They won't be winning it by much. Sporting Club de Portugal have won once before, back in 2000. That occasion they won on home soil in Villarreal de San Antonio, down on the Algarve. Said this is one of the great sporting institutions in Portugal, a club founded in 1906. Enca, well, it does look very much like they've secured their place on the podium. Just a question of whether they can usurp either Playas de Castellón or Sporting for a place higher up than the third rung. Tension is palpable around this stadium. Playas de Castellón have been wonderful hosts here over the 2 days of competition. Just to remind you, all the way through the summer, European Athletics YouTube channel and other digital channels will be broadcasting World Athletics Continental Tour, Silver, Bronze and Challenger meetings. In addition, we have coming up in July the European Under-18 Championships from Rieti between the 16th to the 19th of July. And then the climax of the continental season, the European Championships. They are coming up 10th to the 16th of June, of August. So, Harry Gay, Christian, Hockley, Taylor and Gills, Enca, Canley, Iran, Alpha and Burke Ashkam on the last leg. And then on the inside, Campos, Blanco, Pozo and Arenas. On the inside, VSK, Bruno. Strasky, the multi-eventer, dragooned in after competed in the 110 metres hurdles and the pole vault, and he's running the opening leg of the 4x400 metres, followed by Kosina, Sevcik and Kotica. Sporting Club de Portugal out in lane 7. Leg runner Delvis Santos handing over to João Coelho, Diogo Barengana, and on the last leg, Omar El Khatib. So, just to recap, Bruno, Castellón, Enca, Harlow, Sporting, and Beograd. Those are the 6 teams in contention. And it's looking as though Delvis Santos has got a big lead already out in lane 7. Looking very comfortably. Well, Yenka opening leg runner. Aggies Canley closing him down. Also doing well on their outside, Belgrade's Matej Savic. Well, Sporting handed over first, but it was a sloppy change. And that's opened the door for Ivan Markovic to take the lead. Applies to Castellón up there as well. Castellón's Victor Blanco in 3rd at the moment. Just briefly got in front of João Coelho. Coelho now closing down on Abdelkarim Iran for Enka. And it's going to be Enka versus Sporting Club de Portugal. I'm going to say they were neck and neck, but suddenly Coelho, it's a Portuguese international 4x400 metre runner. Plenty of international credentials to his name. 3rd leg runner, Diogo Barrigana for Sporting. Enka not tossing in the towel. This is Alassane Alipan. Seen Alipan in European Team Championships competitions as well. Some way back. Pliers in 3rd place at the moment. So Barrigana moving away from Alipan. And this could be the victory leg. It could be a valedictory leg for Omar El Khatib. Well, Burka Ashchan, great 4x400 metre runner as well as a hurdler. Won yesterday over the barriers. Trying to get up on level terms with El Khatib, specialist 400 metre runner. He's having to work really hard. El Khatib still in front as they enter the home straight, and it's El Khatib pulling away. Ashkan has nothing to answer, and El Khatib brings Sporting home. They win the 4x400 metres. They win the Men's European Champions Clubs Cup for 2026. Well, they've had to wait 26 years to stand on top of the podium in the men's competition, but they've done it today in Castellón. And they take the plaudits, led home by Omar El Khatib. 3:06.35 for Sporting Club de Portugal. And that famous green and white striped vest, which we've seen on top of the podium at European clubs events so often across country, now once again stands on top of the podium, on the track and in the field here in Castellón. Here we see the highlights. Early stage of the race. That's the first handover. Santos to Coelho. Enka very much in contention at this stage. And I'm doing my math, but I believe Pliers de Castellón hold on to 2nd place. But it's very tight indeed. As the final changeover. El Khatib, love to know what his split was on that last leg. It was a great run indeed by Omar El Khatib. Congratulations all round. And I think they know it's just sinking in that they've won the European Champion Club Cup for men. 3:06.35 for Sporting Club de Portugal. Enka just over a second further back, 3:07.36. And Players de Castellón, the host club, who will be on the podium, 3:09.10 for the local team. And there we have it confirmed. Sporting Club de Portugal win 194 points. They are 4.5 points ahead of Players de Castellón, who are just 1 point ahead of Enca. That's the 1-2-3 of the 2026 European Champions Club Cup.
The scoring table for the male club.
Well, two
11th
thrilling
place.
finales to both the men's and the women's competition.
CSL Cal Spora
Phenomenal
with
2 days
47
of competition.
points. 10th, Dundrum South, the Olympics Club with 63 points. 9th, Company Diego, 71 points. 8th, Enterprise Sport and Service, 52.5 points. 7th, Slugger, 97 points. 6th,
I'm not going to voice these. I presume you've got background.
points. 5th, Belgrade, 122.5 points. 4th, Arrow Athletic Club, 129 points. And the total places. 3rd, and bronze medal for them, Enca Sports Club, 188.5 points. 2nd, and silver medal for them, Paxa Playas de Castellón, 189.5 points. And in first position, and European champions, Sporting Club de Portugal, 194 points. So please, the athletes of the teams in places, please come to the fixed zone of the beginning of the
Well, now we're just waiting for the presentation of the medal-winning teams. You can hear bands sounding out around the stadium. In the Cejo Deportivo Gaita Guet. We hope you've enjoyed the last 2 days of competition from this European Champions Club Cup. Coming back onto the podium after a hiatus of 7 years. Brings together the leading teams from around Europe. We've had 2 days of excellent competition. One cup record came yesterday in the men's 100 meters. First, a shout out to all the officials, volunteers and local organisers. Many involved from other sports around the Valencia regional community. Overhead shot of this facility. So many Spanish championships held here, and of course this is the 3rd time that the actual European Champions Club Cup itself has been held in Castellón. Back in 2009 and 2019 it was held here. Not sure that they were as exciting as competitions as we've seen over the last 2 days. Great quality in depth as well. Thrilling finales as well in the middle and long distances. We can see the Valencia team. Well, they'll know by now that they've actually got the title. Regaining the title they won back in 2016 and 2017. Just reading my notes. Valencia, of course, won in 2014 and 2015. There's the Harrow Club. Well, Harrow came 4th in the men's standings. A little bit away from the podium. Pliers to Castellón. No titles for Pliers de Castellón on this occasion. They did get on the podium in both the men's and the women's events. Harrow. The women finished down in 9th. Good results in there as well, though. One to remember from the British champions for the last 2 years. And become very much a powerhouse in British club athletics over the last decade or so. Some of the other teams out there getting their photos taken as well. I think it's the USK Praha women's team at the far end of the home straight towards the 100 meter start. Just another plug as well for European athletics. Live streams via the European Athletics YouTube channel and also the other digital platforms. Got plenty more one-day meetings coming up during the course of the summer and a few road races as well. Wonderful European orientated 10-kilometer race coming up in the Romanian city of Cluj on the 28th of June. European Athletics Under-18 Championships coming to you from Rieti in July, the 16th to the 19th of July. Athletics hub just north of Rome. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the jewel in the crown of the European Athletics portfolio, the European Athletics Championships in Birmingham between the 10th to the 16th of August. Top athletes with no World Championships this year are focusing on that event. Ready, if you look around the various magazines, whether you're in Britain or elsewhere around Europe, Germany, Czech Republic, Republic of Czechia, or wherever you are, you'll see news of who's already committed to those European Championships. They really are the top stars of the sport. World champions, Olympic champions, medalists on the global stage. Conditions now starting to get warm. It's about 22 degrees at around 9:30 this morning when the competition got underway. I'll have to have a look at my phone, but I think it's about 25 or 26. It's telling me it's 27. Doesn't feel quite that hot. Some of the Valencia team just perched on the pole vault mat. Pole vault, of course. So applies to Castellón's Juan Luis Bravo winning with 550. That was a good competition, that men's pole vault. And some excellent competitions in the field. Good women's and men's hammer. Men's hammer won yesterday by the Olympic and European Championships medalist from Ukraine, Mikhailo Kokan. Sporting Club de Portugal also won the men's long jump with 8:01. First time in many years there's been an 8-meter plus jump in these European Champions Club Cup competitions. Shout out for Tugba Danismaz of Enka. Great performances, winning both the long jump and the triple jump. 8:47 in the long jump just a short while ago, and yesterday 14:03 for the former European indoor champion, representing the Enka club from Istanbul. Really entertaining middle and long distance races. Really enjoyed the men's 800 metres. By Garcia from Sporting Club de Portugal. Yesterday, De La Fuente winning an absolutely terrific men's 5,000 metres. The time didn't matter, it was a real battle of wills. And find out who was the toughest over the last 2 laps.
Empezamos con la ceremonia de... We'll start now with the trophy ceremony. Empezamos con la categoría femenina.
Shout out as well to Sporting's Terhaz Gebruet, winning the women's 3,000 and 5,000.
club clasificado
Emmanuel
en categoría
SMA
femenina
of
con
Sporting, another
193
sporting
puntos.
athlete doing a double,
Faxa
winning the men's
Playas de
100 and 200.
Castellón.
As I said, getting a cup record yesterday in the men's 100 metres. Just waiting for the teams to assemble. Some of them are out there. Athletes at the end of a long competition, trying to get them all together. It's a bit like herding cats. We'll get there in the end. And so finally, we're ready to start the ceremonies. I can hear music coming out of the loudspeakers alongside the main stand. And it's the women's medal winning teams that will be getting their well-deserved prizes and medals. That's how they do it. Corralling them a little bit like cattle, but nobody minds on this occasion.
Ahora sí tenemos los podios preparados. Tercer club clasificado, categoría femenina, Faxa Playas
From
de
left to right,
Castellón, 193
the medal winning
puntos.
teams. Focusing on third place at the moment.
Ahí se están entregando las medallas a
Sí.
cada una de las representantes del club como
Third place
terceras
team of
clasificadas.
Players de Castellón getting their medals from Micah Hurtado, the sports councillor from the Castellón municipality.
Ahí está ese trofeo recibido de manos de Maica Hurtado, concejala de deportes del Ayuntamiento de
Players
Castellón,
total
a las
193
terceras
points.
clasificadas. Faxa
Just
Playas
holding
de
off.
Castellón.
Enca by 4 points.
Pasamos a
There's
las
a few shots as
segundas
well. The
clasificadas.
club newsletter at
Silver
the
medal
website.
for Sporting
Players de
Club de
Castellón got a very good
Portugal.
website. Gone to it on various occasions.
217 points, 217
Second place,
puntos para las
Sporting
segundas
Club de
clasificadas
Portugal.
del Sporting Club de Portugal, recibiendo las
Medals
medallas
presented by
como
Rafael Ferrer,
subcampeonas de Europa.
representative of the host club, Faxa Players de Castellón.
Entrega el trofeo
Sporting Club de
Rafael
Portugal,
Ferrer,
winning in
representante de
2016 and
Faxa.
2018, having to settle for second place on this occasion.
Y pasamos al equipo campeón de Europa. Primeras clasificadas y campeonas de
However,
Europa.
on first place,
Diputación Valencia Club de
And the
Atletismo.
drumming starts.
222 puntos para
To give it its full
las
title,
campeonas de la
Diputación
Copa de Europa de
Valencia
Clubes
Club
2026.
Atletismo.
En esta pista
228 points, winning by
Castellón.
5 points from Sporting Club de Portugal. And Valencia regained the title that they won in 2014 and 2015. This time on home soil, and it's not far to go home. Castellón being just about an hour's drive north of Valencia.
Y ahí tenemos a las campeonas de Europa
The medals
celebrando el
presented
título.
by
Van a
Jose Luis de
recibir
Carlos
de manos
of the European
José
Club
Luis de Carlos,
Foundation.
representante de European Club Foundation, el título de campeonas de Europa de la edición 2026.
It's difficult to pick out one star from them. They were very consistent right the way through. If you look down the results, they didn't actually win many events, but neither did they have any athletes who competed
Y ahí
below
tenemos el cuerpo
expectations.
completo, listos para escuchar el himno español. Enhorabuena.
Well, the Spanish national anthem played in honour of the Valencia club. But I did have to pick out one outstanding performance from a Valencia athlete. As I said, they were solid right the way across the board. Daly Cooper yesterday winning the 800 metres, going sub-2, 1:59.82. Nice photo. So the women depart the stage and leave the stage open for the men. Well, the winners, Valencia, will go off to celebrate. But the women from Sporting and also Players de Castellón staying there to applaud and celebrate their men's counterparts, who will be standing on the podium.
Los tres equipos detrás de cada uno de los cajones de ese podio.
So being called forward. Looking around for the athletes from Enka, who were finishing third in that very tight men's contest. See them being dragooned forward. Doing a very effective job of making sure everyone is where they should be. So Sporting Club de Portugal taking the middle place. Not much difficulty spotting El Khatib, the anchor leg runner for the Portuguese men's 4x400 metre relay team. He with the dyed blonde hair. Did such a terrific job bringing Sporting home to victory in that last event and ensuring that they took the title. So in third place, as you can hear the stadium announcer saying, Enka Sports Club, which hails from Istanbul. Been close on many occasions. They have taken the women's title, but on this occasion they're third in the men's competition with 188.5 points. Medals, not so much sure presented, but dished out by Rafael Ferrer, representative of the host club, Pack Suppliers de Castellón. So, Enka take back home their third place trophy. I can see people like Nketiah in there, Air winning the triple jump this afternoon. Clock had just ticked on. Second place, the host club Pliers de Castellón. Just 1 point difference between Castellón and Enka. A lot of recognisable figures in there as well, including Rafael Mejiquez, who won the last field event. Won it convincingly. The javelin thrower, young javelin thrower. There's the big Diego Casas. Alongside him, David Gonzalez, who won the high jump, wearing the white polo shirt.
And in first place,
so cheers from the home crowd, who are still in the stands.
Sporting Club de Portugal.
But the winners, Sporting Club de Portugal. It's been a 26-year wait for Sporting Club to take the men's honours. And they stand on top of the podium again.
Congratulations for the Portuguese team.
Medals presented by Micah Hurtado, Sports Secretary of the local council, the Castellón municipality. El Khatib's in there, Esme, all the other winners that have contributed to Sporting Club de Portugal's magnificent victory here in Castellón. So, as we see the winners rightfully honoured, it's time for me, Phil Minshall, to say goodbye. And I hope you've enjoyed the last 2 days of competition of the European Champion Clubs Cup coming to you from Castellón. I'm off.
And now we hear the Portuguese anthem.